wait. Last time, the mic was... Okay, no, we good. You guys can hear me! Hello! Hi! Wow! Gamer? That mean? My coworker calls me a gamer. My coworker calls me a gamer. He's like, you're one of the more... Like, if a lot of people I talk to, you're one of the people that games the most. The most gamer out of all the people I know. It's like, who? Huh? It's crazy to me. But I guess I do game a lot now. And I do keep on top of game knowledge now. Working at a game studio as a gamer, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised how many people just don't game a lot. Or like they've got one game and they just stick to that. Like they like the process of making games, like being part of the game creating process. But like they got their one and done. Like the coworker that called me a gamer. He's he just the other day he's like, I finally reached Diamond in League of Legends. Good for you, buddy! Right? I'm like, oh man. Yeah, grats to him, but oh man. That's his game. That's his game. He doesn't open up Steam except for work purposes. How can you live such a life? I can't imagine it. I can't think about that kind of life. My friend did that and stopped playing because that's all he wanted. Yeah, I don't know. It's some kind of drug. I don't know how, but it is. It absolutely is. Somehow. Yeah, that was interesting. Because I was snooping around all day today during my lunchtime mainly, looking at Steam sale stuff, summer Steam sale, and did you guys know the summer Steam sale banner is interactive? Did you know you can click on it? They do know. Did you try clicking on it? If you hover around it. If you hover around it, there's a little chicken head that shows up eventually. And you click whenever that shows up. And then it changes. What are you buying? Oh, I wasn't looking to buy yet. I was looking so that I can make a super sick visual guide. No, just kidding. It's just a guide. It's a guide for what mecha games to buy. There's a lot of my wish list that isn't on sale. It's funny because I was like, before the Steam sale went live, I was like, do I want to? I really don't want to put Megaton Musashi on there because like level 5 kind of be dropping the ball. And then it's not even on sale. They really saw a Steam summer sale. We're like, nah, we're gonna keep the game $50. Like, oh, okay. Well, that makes that decision easy. I think like everything though on my wish list is on sale just because I've really got like small stuff and they always go on sale. That seems like most JP devs. I don't know. I think at least maybe the JP devs that I follow, they seem to do it. Does that version have an AI disclosure? No, because technically they didn't, for at least as far as we know, Megaton Musashi in the game doesn't have any assets. They used it for layout purposes for the like cover or like the main image / the menu image. So they don't have to disclose that. If they used it elsewhere, we don't know because they have not said that anywhere publicly. So that game technically is safe from AI. as far as we know. That's why I was like back and forth. I'm like, technically, you're not, as far as we know, supporting AI with that game, but like it's the whole company. Hera. Eris! Is it true? Is that fun fact true? Is this GTA 6? Someone can't read. They said they used it on the edition, but I forgot what capacity. This is clearly Megaton Musashi, obviously. No, but yeah, I want to make. I've seen there's this one guy and he always makes like a Steam sale visual novel guide, and I'm like, man, that's really cool for mecha games. Like usually he just puts the same exact stuff every single time, which might be, you know, if I make this a normal thing, I might do the same exact thing. Although next time like fall sale or something, like there might be Geppy X on there if they put it on sale, stuff like that. But yeah, I've always wanted to make like a guide of mecha games that one could play. Gundog isn't a really good bundle? Oh? What bundle? Gundog. Gundoggy dog? Here, is it 2 words? There it is. It has that Famicom Detective Club inspired. Oh! Whoa. Okay, yeah, I think. Yeah. I see it. Detective Instinct. Farewell, my beloved. Oh, yeah, this looks cool. Wowee. Dang, that was a recent game, too. Huh. I feel like I heard about this and then it was gone. Gone. From my brain, at least. Yeah, that's pretty good. Wait, let's see. Bundle info. You save? Well, wait, no. Hold on, it's not giving me the accurate price since I already have one of the games. Ah, that's awkward. Oh, the image is super cute, though. Of both of them, the ladies looking to the side. That's pretty cute. But yeah, we have to have gun soul dog stories on the list. We got to. Has anyone bought anything yet? Does anybody buy day one of Steam sale? I feel like I'm too hasty if I buy day one. Like, have I really thought these purchases through? Have I really thought them through? Or is this just quick hasty buying? Am I getting ahead of myself? Are these really the purchases I need to make? That's what it feels like if I buy day one of Steam sale. But I haven't thought this through. That I'm just throwing away my money. I've always done this method. Are you buying day one? Or are you gonna say the method? I might get Maid Cafe on Electric Street. I like the name of that. There are 43 items in my cart, and I wait until the last week? Wait, so you put everything you want in your cart, and then you think about it. And you think. When you use your mind to take a bite out of crime, you can do anything. That you wanna do. What is it that even from? What am I? Is that Blue's Clues? I think it is. My wish list is at maybe 200 games. Wait, what is my wish list at? It's not very much, and I know that a lot of them aren't even out yet. 58. I've got 58, and most of them aren't out. Yeah, most of them are not out. Man, why isn't this game cheaper? Trigger Heart Excelica Enhanced. That's on my wish list, but it's only 30% off, so it's only $27.99. You know what else is being cheap with its sales? Lunar Remastered Collection. It's only 30% off. That game's $50. That game's $50. Yeah, weed it out based on games I don't have a beat on Steam. Oh, huh, interesting method. Very interesting method. Is there anything that's not on sale? Halo Collection. Halo Master Chief Collection is not on sale. Return of Obra Dinn isn't. Neighbor isn't. Strike Suit Zero Director's Cut is not. None of these are out. So let's see. Out of 58 games, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 are not on sale. And then the rest are either on sale or they are not available yet. You adorn. You adorn! Ba-da-da-da-da. Ochite-kuru. You adorn! Backlog, my scroll. I don't know if I'm gonna buy anything. I'm not sure. I think maybe there's like one thing that I was thinking of buying. I'd have to go through. Again, though, I wasn't really looking today and with the intent of buying anything. Bum, bum, ba-rum, ba-rum, bum, bum, bum. I feel like my backlog's pretty big. Oh, wait, can you... You can... can you sort by games you've never played before? Unplayed. 102 out of 225. Which makes sense because, like, what is it? I've got, like, all the Command and Conquers. I've got a bunch of Half-Life, like, side games. Wait, no, I played that. Let's see. Yeah, that's... Wait a second! Oh, wait, we've got a bunch of tools here. Wait, take out the tools. How do we take out the tools? Wait, oh, it might be way less than I thought. How do I take out tools? I don't... Just games. Did you see browser port of Half-Life 2? No? Is it counting? No, wait, okay, that is just games. Okay, so it is 102 games. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, because tools by itself is 120. Yeah. Bum. I know one of these games I got for free in a contest. Let's see. Some of these games I bought just because, what's it? They were being delisted, so I bought them just in case. If I have even the slightest interest, or it's like a well-known retro game, then I usually buy it before it delists. So like, I have Crazy Taxi. I got me that Crazy Taxi. Or like if a game is free, like I got Gravity Circuit. I bought Jet Set Radio. But I think I bought the, yeah, Cowdy After Story. Bought that because it's delisted. I think that company closed down. Yeah, Pixel Fade. Pixel Fade was a like visual novel company. And they delisted all of their games. So I bought everything that looked marginally interesting. But Kawasu Gundam Seed Battle Destiny Remaster is still expensive, even with the sale. Yeah. Yeah. When the game is like $40, $50 and they're like, it's 20 and 30% off, you're like, yeah, no. I won't buy that. I'll pass. Thanks, but no thanks. Bum, 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 bum. What else is here? There's some games that are here. Wait, I bought this? wait, I bought this? Huh. Apparently, I bought UFO Robot Grenadier. I don't know when. I think this game was free. Zato, I love the world and everything in it. The cheapest Bandai game right now is Sensuality. Yeah, because they can't get rid of it. Like, if they don't even have stock in that game, they still want to get rid of their stock. That's really what that game is. Oh yeah, I think I got Okami when it was super duper cheap as well. Why'd I buy this? Oh yeah, because that looked good. The moon looks beautiful tonight. Definitive edition. Bum 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 bum. House Flippers was free, so I bought that. Or I got that. Oh yeah, and then I have a VN obsessed coworker, and he buys all the Humble Bundles if there's one game in it that he doesn't have. And so then he'll just be like, hey, if anybody wants any of these visual novels, here, take this. And I'm always like, yoink, 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 yoink. I got games from that. Ace Academy one that came from the company that closed down? Yeah! You got Ace Academy. That's got mecha in it. It looks very silly. Why did I get... Was this game free? This game had to be free. Oh yeah, it's free. I think I was afraid that they were gonna take it off. So I got it. I grabbed it. I yoinked it. Backyard Basketball 01. You gotta get him. You gotta get him. D-list Ragey. Yeah, that's like what is it? That one game that we were talking about earlier in Discord, where the second game has been delisted because it was so buggy. It was so buggy. They just didn't want to. They didn't want to deal with it. They're like, yeah, no, never mind, because they didn't want to work around. Okay, no, I think I actually bought this normally. They didn't want to work around it. Sentinel Girls 2 is on sale. Sentinel Girls 1. But what about Sentinel Girls 1? Twin stick shooter? What the heck? Twin stick? How does that work? Yeah, Last Planet 2, that was the one. Yeah. Like they had, it's got to be like connected to some weird multiplayer thing that was on Xbox 360 or something, and they just like half-assed porting that over to PC, and then they're like, ooh, that's not working. Ooh, yeah, okay, pull it. Yoink! You aim and shoot with the right stick. And then you move your character with the left stick. If you only have one stick. One day it'll move to Steamworks. I don't know if they care enough. I don't know if they care enough, honestly. Boom, 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 boom. What is this? Oh, that was another one that was... What is this? Oh, it's a demo. Demo. Oh, okay, that's most other stuff. I'm like trying to figure out all these games. Was this also? Was this a free game that was being delisted? Nope, nope, it's still free. Why do I have this? Huh? Why do I have this game? I like the. When did I get this game? It must have been. I can't. I don't know why I would have bought this. I don't. It's a visual novel from Sekai Project, or Sekai Project published it. Like, I don't know why I would have bought it. It's called Memories Dogma. It doesn't look like there would be any immediate reason for me to buy it. How odd! How very odd. I don't know why I have that. I feel like I can remember everything else. When and where I got it. Yeah, I picked up Space Channel 5 Part 2 before it got delisted. No, I think about. Oh, maybe it was in like a humble bundle. That might be it. That might be it. You might be right. That does seem. Yeah, because I think Sekai Project had a bundle recently, like within like the past year or two. I think maybe. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah. Fun. Honestly, a lot of visual novels. I'm preparing. I'm preparing for when we eventually run out. I guess. You know what delisted game that I didn't grab that I really should have? Knights. I did not grab Knights. That was a mistake, honestly. I should have. I wasn't smart enough. That's why I recalled this game. I was looking at the games earlier and I was like, why does this one, Final Exerion, look familiar? So apparently I bought it. Or I got it gifted. It's possible I got this one gifted. This is a very possible gifted gift. I was like, should I put it? But I don't know anything about it. Is the Darius collection on sale? It is. It is indeed. That's a shmup. Credits. Darius G, I think. I liked that collection because the 3D is so good in there. The 3D is so good in that. What is this? Man, now I'm just looking at everything on Steam. Like, what the heck is Reika, the time gal? This looks cool! Wait, before we do anything, scroll down to see if there's AI. Although if it released earlier, 2025 it would have had. % off, Thornians, 50% off. The games they do be gaming. What is this? Wait, this is just like the one game we played with the quick action response game. But then it's different. It's Japan. It's quick action response Japan. A time gal and then where do I want to be? Ninja Hayate. These look awesome. Yeah, I'm looking because they came out. These are 2025, so they came out after we did our arcade month, I think. I will have to hold on. Let me wish this thing. These look cool. What the title? Title core? What are you doing? Why are you putting all the cool stuff out after? There's Kamen Rider ones too, just not on Steam. They should put those on Steam as well. They should put those on Steam. What do they got to hide? What do they got to hide? Nothing, that's what. They gotta put him down. Like, what is this? Operation Night Striker? Oh, it's just a racing game. Oh wait, no, there's more. What the heck is this game? It's got like 3 different things. Taito doing Taito things. Yeah, they're just Taitoing it up. Taito! Taito! It's off to work we go. Do 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 Taito! Taito! It's off to work we go. Do 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 Taito! Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. I just sound like it. I sound like a Disney princess. I sang Snow White songs and I accidentally turned into her. I'll be calling out for the birdies next. Except there won't be any guys. Okay, so you know how I'm not streaming? You know how I'm not streaming tomorrow? Because I decided to touch grass. Right? Yeah? Tell me why the weather decided that it was going to have not one, but 2 typhoons hit on the day that I decide to hit grass? Or to touch grass? Excuse me? Hello? Weather? Mother Nature? What's the deal? Even Vietnam! Welcome in. Oh, these are record low prices for Taito. Oh. It's a sign? Well, nothing that I reserved. I have many reservations with money in some of them. That none of them have canceled, so I'm going! They can't stop me! Where was the earthquake recently in Japan? There was 2 today. One was in Ibaraki and then one was in Chiba. And then the other one that we had yesterday, I forget where that was. But that was also like close-ish? Yeah, but one of the ones today went on for like really long. Like, some people actually started like grabbing their phones and like getting up. They're like, we might have to go out of the building. Because like, all of our desks and all of our, all of our setups were like actually shaking. It was kind of crazy. Can you sing? I can, but you know what? I just put out a singing, short and YouTube hated it. So clearly, YouTube never wants to hear me sing again. I honestly might just delete it and re-upload it like another day. Because YouTube just hated that. YouTube said, ew. YouTube really just said, ew. And I'll be sure to take a picture of all the comments in case anybody wants to comment the same exact thing. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, oh, but like this song is big because it's in that one toe. Maybe I could put that up and then nope, that's not allowed. That's not allowed, I guess. Alright, let's head over. Yeah? I'm too big. Apparently there was one earthquake where I am and I didn't realize it was an earthquake. Was it big? Or is it big? Sometimes the earthquakes, like, I can't tell if it's an earthquake, so I have like a bunch of stuff hanging around that like I'll look at and I'll be like, is that shaking? Or am I just experiencing vertigo? Sometimes I can't tell. Gotta do more so YouTube wakes up. Do more what? I just did. I posted it a day later than normal, and YouTube said, "Oh yeah, so we know that your last what is it, like 3 or 4 shorts have done quite, what is it, 4 digits, but yeah, nah, this one it's only gonna get 2." Like, oh, thanks. It was below 5, so I thought it was jets flying by. Oh yeah, yeah, I probably wouldn't. If you don't get them too often, I feel like California does not get earthquakes often. Honestly, California does not get earthquakes often. They like to think they do, but they don't. And there's no like super hard or high buildings to really experience, like to really feel the earthquake. Like if people are outside in Japan when an earthquake happens, you can't tell. People usually only realize it because they're on like the 2nd floor up. Technically, yeah, you could sing in every language. Just some of them are worse than the others. Then songs. I think my, what is it, Happy Lucky Tappy short cover did like okay, but still worse than normal, and then this one just did atrocious. The one from today. So yeah, no, I just think if it's not like a full cover, I don't think YouTube likes me singing. They're like, ew, get it away, gross. Ugh. Just because they have the sanity. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Alright, let's get the game going. Gaming. We're gaming, gamers. Let's get it started and ha! Let's get it started and here! Let's get it started and ha! Let's get it started and here! Alright, we got it. Wait. Nana Fortnite dances and Subway Surfers pass! But no, see, that's the thing. It's my other shorts have been doing pretty good. My other shorts have been doing. I was like, I once again, I dared to think like, dang, we're doing pretty good with shorts recently. I dared to think it. Every time I dare to think that, it all goes downhill. Also, yeah, we haven't done good dorning. Good dorning. That's what it says. Good dorning. Omega Ultima. Good dorning. G. Good dorning. Hello. Good dorning. Let's see who else we got in here. Mikoron. Good dorning. Bandito Gaming. Good dorning. NTK Moon. Alright, I think that's everyone. Why is... Oh, okay, the game's pretty... So I think we're gonna... if not today... next time. But I think we're heading towards a bad end. I'm kind of excited. I don't think this is gonna end well. We've killed both girls. we're recounting our past. Of our sister being stricken by basically, what is it? It's based on Minamata disease. I looked it up, Dornians. I looked up what our thing is based on. Or what the disease that struck this community is based on, and it's Minamata disease. Which took place in Minamata, the city. And it was one company, and they were just dumping all of their waste in the river. For like years. Like 10, 20 years. And for the longest time, people were like, man, the cats are so weird. I think it was called like dancing cats is what they called the cats around there, because they would get all weird and wiggly. they would walk around and like look like they were dancing kind of, and they're like, wow, those cats are weird. And then the cats would pass away. They're like, odd. But they never really thought anything of it until it started happening to people. Because that makes sense that it would hit like small animals first. Yeah, they're just like, wow, what quirky cats. What quirky, silly cats. And then of course, it struck the children first, and then it started like hitting everyone. Well, I guess actually no, I think it's they noticed it in kids, because it's like kids should be, you know, active and stuff and not having this. I think then they went around and they found a whole bunch of other people were stricken with the same thing of like different ages, but because they were like older folks or like already predisposed with stuff, like nobody had really thought it as strange. They're just like, yep, this happens. Alright. This out of the way so you guys don't have to see the mouse. The Minato clan has ruled these lands for over 500 years. Originally, it was a warrior clan. Its head, the feudal lord of this region. Even after it lost its warrior status around the time of Tokugawa's unification, it managed de facto control over affairs in these parts. Minato family, to which I belong, is a branch of that clan. Which again, we learned he's adopted? But where most branch families are formed in response to question of succession, mine has a rather unusual origin. Its establishment dates back 5 centuries. In other words, contemporaneous with the founding of the Minato clan itself. To understand this anomaly, one must know that the Minato clan originally came to these lands under imperial edict. With order to take... Man, this actually takes up the whole screen. That's quite rare. With imperial edict. With orders to take charge of something evil and keep it sealed for all eternity. To this end, the Minato clan decided to form a branch family, which would live separately and conduct the rituals necessary to keep the evil locked away, while the clan's main family would stand above it as guardian and supervisor. Thus, my family came into being. Historically, families charged with the duty of ritual want to keep the bloodline pure. Often, this can even mean marriages between close relatives. That this is not the case with the Minato family is due entirely to fear with which the evil in its custody is regarded. What kind of evil? The head of the family has always been female, and has always taken a husband from outside the clan to father the next generation. By thus keeping the bloodline diluted, the Minato family is made a wholly separate entity, isolated from the rest of the clan, along with the catastrophe against which it protects. So is Kageyaki supposed to marry his sister? Why was he brought in? Why is he here? This is also the reason that our manor is located so high up on the mountain. Although it enjoys status and respect, the Minato family is never truly allowed to mingle with the people it serves. Or at least that's the idea. In reality, these customs are a thing of the past, while the clan exhibiting the stubborn traditionalism characteristic of ancient warrior houses still goes to great lengths to maintain the trappings of the branch family's aloof majesty. Our image among the townspeople is a far cry from what it was. Now most of them see us simply as a family of eccentric shrine keepers. Otherwise, those opposed to the clan leaders called to war would not have chosen my mother to represent them. Of course, I imagine her own affability and leadership qualities played a part as well. Either way, it is nothing for the clan leader, the old master as he is known, to be happy about. Which is why whenever I call upon him, I must always be prepared for a lecture. I feel like something happened that we wanted to call him for it. Gosh, he's so weird looking. And I feel like... Did we turn the voices down? Or is it just... No?
信じるよ。この世には村正っていう名の正義の味方がいるってことを。
I feel like it's slower than normal, but am I crazy? I might be crazy. Maybe I'm just going deaf. It's time!
信じるよ。この世には村正っていう名の正義の
Maybe
味
I
方
just
がい
turned
る
the
って
whole
こと
thing
を。
down. Who knows? Like, I know I usually have it low so that I can speak over it. But I feel like it's very low. Think about it. They may be soldiers, but there are less than 100 of them. We round up all the men in town and take them by surprise. There's no way we can fail. Sir. And yet that Subaru keeps challenging me, saying, "Oh, it's not worth it. People will die." Oh, like a woman. She doesn't even try to understand that there are some things in this world worth dying for. No. No. Kageaki. You understand, don't you? I'm afraid it's not my place to say, sir. However much I prepare myself, it's always harder than I expect. Sighing inwardly, I sneak a glance at my watch. An hour has passed since my arrival, and nothing to show for it. The conversation hasn't even drawn close to my topic. It would have been rude to broach it immediately after arriving, so I chose to open with news of this morning's raid, a subject that I knew was unavoidable either way. I'm beginning to regret that choice. Of course you understand. You fought for your country in the war. It's too bad you couldn't bring home any medals, but at least you're nothing like the parasite who fought their way out of the draft. Masaka! I heard that happened. Subaru tried to get you an exemption, but you turned it down. Ever since then, I've had high hopes for you, boy. Oh no, I don't... Ew. I don't like this guy. He kinda likes us. He thinks highly of us. That's bad. Bad. Thank you, sir. I simply couldn't let her go to such lengths for me. A misunderstanding on the old master's part, but if that is what has earned me some reception, grudging though it may be, all the times I've come calling since Hikaru's collapse, and however much the deception pains me, I cannot afford to correct it. The dawning, Gabriel! Welcome in! Hello, hello. Would you like to get mercury poisoning with us? Doesn't that sound fun? Akitaka made a good choice when he took you in. I suppose that's one thing the bastard managed to do right. From what I heard, your birth parents went to the continent as volunteers and died a glorious death. So I've been told. They may have been barbarians, but they knew to offer their lives to the country that gave their kind sanctuary. That's worthy of respect. Don't forget that you share their bloodline. He's like, yep, sure, whatever. I respond with a bow, not sure what to say. What can I say? When I know from what others have told me that it was this very man who most vehemently opposed my adoption. Oh. What a hippogriff! I know that's not the word. But I like to think maybe he can turn into a hippogriff. He's a hypocrite that also turns into a hippogriff. At least he isn't rewriting my parents' history in order to support his argument. From what I've been told, they did indeed die exactly as he says. My parents were born in Narutaki, Nagasaki, also known as New Holland. Wait. Huh? In other words, they were not Yamatoan in the strictest sense of the word. Odd. The relevant background begins with the Napoleonic Wars that ravaged Europe in the early 19th century. During this conflict, Holland was obliterated by British invasion and thereafter vanished from the face of the earth. Oh, of course. The plight of the Dutch people, who no longer had a homeland, quickly came to the attention of the Tokugawa shogunate, which decided to ignore it. Which decided that to ignore it would betray a relationship of trade and trust that stretched back 200 years. The shogunate therefore offered the port of Nagasaki to the Dutch, who were already familiar with it as the primary avenue of trade with Yamato. The Dutch had many trading posts and embassies throughout Asia, and now those merchants and diplomats flocked to their new home. The city was christened New Holland and recognized as an autonomous state, though only by the Tokugawa shogunate. Thank you so much for the subscription! Thanks for the sub! It feels... saying full, like the full word subscription just feels wrong. Like, I feel like wait a second, that's not...
Member.
What? Gabriel! Thank you so much! We're joining... You're in the door union here, too. Wow, wait, is that full member? Wait, that's not the starter pack. Ooh, look at this money bag. Yippee! Wahoo! Wahoo! Alright. Tokugawa shogunate and countries hostile to Britain. Yippee-ki-yay! Kayo. A century passed, and what had originally been an asylum for Dutch in exile gradually became a haven for all seeking to escape British rule. My ancestors were one example. Having escaped New Britain, I was told in the time of my grandfather. Most likely, there were remnants of the new British, or Americans, as they called themselves, who fled the New World after losing their second war for independence. Wow, they're just dropping some historical facts on us, huh? I'm a real sub now! No longer starter pack, you are real sub. You are a real door union member. No pun intended. Are you sure you're not a Subway sandwich? Are you sure? So in this timeline, the Americans lost. Wait, the second war for independence? Hold on. So then we gained independence, and then Britain said, wait, no, hold on. We really don't like that. We're going to war again. And then we lost that war. Then we became New British. Naruhodo. Naruhodo. That explains the blonde guy, at least. Sometimes I wonder if my grandfather ever spoke passionately of freeing America from the Queen's yoke, as many Americans still whispered in secret. But ultimately, I know little of my biological relatives. The name I was born with, Aratajiro. No, I think Kageyaki fits in better. Arata, being my Yamatoan version of my family's original English name, was mine only for the first few years of my life. Whoa, it felt like there was something crawling on my arm. Some 20 years ago, my parents, both of mixed heritage, left their young son and went to war, where they would die. I might be an idiot sandwich! That's okay, at least you're a sandwich. Every time I see that meme, Where it's like, what are you? And she's like, I'm an idiot sandwich. I'm always like, sandwich. I feel like I gotta get me a good sandwich soon because I just keep thinking about them. It is summer. I feel like summer is like prime sandwich season because that's like, you know, just fresh veggies. Fresh veggies. Fresh veggies, cold cuts. That's the good stuff. What is the best sandwich? I don't know. I feel like I don't really go too crazy. Just like some cold cut on there. Tomato, lettuce, if they have it, carrot, olive oil, salt, pepper. But then like banh mi's are good too. Banh mi's are very good. No, the new British. We had enough of the old ones, and the old ones are still around. The old ones, new British is America. I feel like Americans would be even more annoying if they were considered new British. Gotta salt. Gotta olive oil and salt those tomatoes. Absolutely. They shared this new experience with many other New Hollanders. Men and women who wanted to repay the country that had taken them in. I'm sure they also hoped for revenge against Britain, which was reaching out to engulf Asia as it had Europe. Most joined the Yamatoan military, though there were also the Knights of New Holland, a corps of brave warriors who went to the front lines in Kyushu, where they fought bravely and died to a man. To a man? A man? My parents were in the former group. Somewhere on the continent, they met and befriended the man who became my father. After they died, he adopted me. Thus I became Minato Kageyaki. And so I have lived to this day. Okay, so he wasn't brought in specifically for the reason of... Oh yeah, wait, because he's older than his sister. Yeah, so unless they were just like, well, eventually we'll have an heir. Maybe they're hoping that it would happen that way. Currently, New Holland has no official status. The League of Nations does not recognize it as a state, and the Allied Expeditionary Forces keep it under close watch. I haven't heard of any overt operations against the people there, but I doubt conditions are comfortable. When I think of how it would have been to grow up as an orphan in that environment, I am infinitely grateful to my father for having the kindness to take me in, and to the Minato family for accepting me. Oh, New Holland is Australia. Who? No, it's Nagasaki. It's Nagasaki. For some reason. I mean, they said it's because there was already they were already trading a lot, and you know, Japan wanted, I mean, the Yamatoans wanted to give them something for being friends with them. So they gave them the area of Nagasaki after the original Holland was taken off the map because the British were invading. The British were coming. The British were coming. The British are coming. The British are coming. Yeah, so since they already had tradeways with them, Japan was like, hey, you know what? You're pretty cool. Here, you can have New Holland. You can just call this place New Holland. But now, since it was like semi-official, no one else cares about that. Oh. What? What? And Kisha, this is. I wonder if we'll get to see more of the mom picture. Okasama! Okasama, kirei de ne. There we go. Ubaru. Hmm? What's with this kid? Well, you see. I mean, I know it's awfully sudden. But I was thinking we could adopt him. He honestly looks like just a young Kageyaki. Like, I don't know if from behind his hair, it's like 100% Kageyaki. Like, you can tell. Oh.
じゃあ
There you go. Lots of space for you. How can Japanese men sound guttural when they talk? I mean, not all of them. They just wanted this guy to have a deep voice. Because deep voices are cool. Well.
昼飯3人分作らないとな
Guess I'll be cooking for 3 then. Oh, she's pretty. Oh, she's so pretty! Dornians, take out your camera. Take it out. Take it out right now. Oh my gosh. Kasha. Kasha, kasha, kasha. Kasha, kasha, kasha. Kasha, kasha, kasha. Oh, Kazama. The basic, I like that this is sepia tone without being full sepia tone. Oh, right? This is, she's got blue eyes too. Are we sure she's Yamatoan? Are we sure? All of them, no doubt about that. Have you talked to every Japanese man? I don't think so. There's that one Japanese voice actor who always plays like really effeminate characters or just like straight up women. Or he played, what is it? He played the homunculus. Like the homunculus intersex character in Symphogear? Oh, what's his name? I don't think he sounds guttural at all. I wish I could remember his name. But like he's awesome. What? You want to stream? I guess not. Do you want to play? Is that what it is? Play. He rocks! Yeah, do you know his name? Do you know who I'm talking about? He's like in the 4th or 5th season of Symphogear. Is it Shota Aoi? Is that what it is? I feel like I just made up a name right there. Ba, 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 ba. That's also not the song he sings. And that, Kageyaki, is why I know you understand what it means to have pride. Sir. The thought of my name pulls me back from the labyrinth of memory. Fortunately, or not, depending. The old master is still on the same topic. A true Yamatoan would rather die with honor than live without dignity. And yet, Subaru insists. As I keep my head bowed to avoid making a reply, I consider the old master's words. His argument is not without merit. At the same time, however, it serves to deepen my understanding of Mother's viewpoint. Yes, pride is important. However, one should only risk his life for pride if he reached that decision of his own accord, and not if it was forced upon him by others, or by another. I believe that's more or less what my mother would say if she could. I sympathize with her, placed in an unbelievable position of having to express herself as tactfully as possible. Were she to speak her mind outright, the old master would fly into a rage, and that could lead to disaster. I also must hold my tongue. I cannot risk supporting my mother to his face. But nor can I go along with his criticisms of her. What are you doing? I see where you are. What? This leaves me with no choice but silence. Triad continues for some time. I like that he doesn't even realize that he's just talking to himself. But you know what? That's what people like that are like. That's what people like that are like. When they don't actually care about your opinion unless you like hype them up in what they're saying. They could go on for hours. Catfish! Yeah, she's going. I don't think I paid enough attention. I think that's the thing. If I don't pay enough attention to her when I come home, she gets angry. Like, hey, you're supposed to pay attention to me. Hey, why aren't you playing with me? Hey! Understandable, though. She deserves all the love. Can you believe that? Can you believe she said that? The fool. I know you're grateful to her for raising you, but make sure she doesn't get inside your head. Her daughter, Hikaru. Now that girl. That was a girl who might have understood. It's truly regrettable what happened to her. I look up. My chance has finally come. If everything had gone as it should, Hikaru would be the head of the family now. It's a damn shame things turned out this way. Yes, sir. Hikaru was to undergo her coming of age the first month of this year, after which she would have become the 43rd head of the family. Dang, that's young! I speak of plans that never came to pass. I can imagine your frustration. Hello, Stallion! It has been good. I think we're heading towards a dead end. We're about to... Well, we probably got some time until we die. Indeed, after the succession, the only task left to me would have been to find her a husband. You must feel the same. What will happen to your position in the family if she doesn't recover? Sir. My position? To support and protect Hikaru for as long as she lives. Old Master assigned me that duty himself. It is my sole purpose within the Minato family, and if Hikaru dies, that purpose is lost. What game is this? This is Full Metal Daemon Muramasa. It's a visual novel. This is my fault. If I had been more watchful, I could have prevented it. I know that I cannot undo my mistakes. I can only express my everlasting shame. You have no need to apologize. Illness is a province of gods. No man is to blame. The man behind the company that dumped all of their waste into the river, they're to blame. It's crazy. The company that did actually do this in real life, they're still in business. They just paid off. They paid like a hefty, crazy fine for all the damage that they caused to all the families that were affected. But they're still going. They're still going. I think they've even had like other problems with similar like waste stuff. Swept under it basically was. They swept it on the rug and they're still just like chugging away. They're not a huge well-known company. I honestly think the name of the disease should have been the city and then the company that was behind it. That they could forever be remembered as the ones that caused it. Bum. Bada bum bum. No, that's the thing. See, if the only repercussion is having to pay out money, that is unfortunately not going to stop companies. If you're rich enough, all it is a pay to do evil card. That's like, what is that? I was watching videos about like incorrectly labeled foods in America, like people suing because they just like it's not written correctly, and companies, the same companies, will just continually be sued for like false advertising or stuff because all they gotta do is pay off people to get out of to get out of it. Like, yeah, I'd keep doing it too if it gets you sales, and then you probably make more from your sales than what you have to pay off. Why would you not? I'm not surprised that he would evade the truth. So, it was he who approved the smelting plant construction despite numerous objections from the town. No doubt that is why his tone is so bitter. So it's literally his fault! Oh my god. Or perhaps he took my word as a roundabout attack on his role in this. So, it was not my intent. I am Hikaru's guardian, and therefore I bear the greatest share of responsibility. Also, I'm reading this in his tone, which is too much. Best move the conversation along before he withdraws into the shell of ill temper. She had another attack last night. Luckily, there were no serious complications. I see. Has her condition improved at all? I'm afraid not. The ceremony must be performed within the year. The laws are explicit. For 500 years, the new priestess has always been invested at an appointed age. If we break this tradition now, it will bring doom to the entire clan. I hate capitalism! True. Yes, sir. However, she is in no condition. She doesn't need to do anything. If she can just stay quiet through the ceremony, say half a day, and the rest will take care of itself. That is impossible, sir. There is no way of knowing when her attack will occur. Komarimasu! Komarimasu! Old man did not like that. The old master tugs at his beard, his gross beard. A tradition is everything to this man, and succession is by far the clan's most important tradition. He won't want to go down in history as the first clan leader to fail this duty. This is my opening, my only hope. I have a solution, I say, sliding my knees an inch closer. I am told that the foremost expert on heavy metal poisoning is a doctor. Is a Dr. Mengele in Berlin. Please, sir, will you not consider using your influence to call the doctor here? This again. He frowns deeply. You know what? You know what? To frown deeply, he looks like the Nikki from. Wait, I think it was Nikki. He looks like Nikki from Obsession. The one face where she's got like absolutely amazing frown, like a fantastic frown, the deepest frown you've ever seen. That's what this guy's doing. That's what he's doing. You just cut to him and he's doing that very big frown. I understand. However, there's no other. If you need doctors, you can have them. The last one was useless, but this time I'll summon that fellow from Kumamoto University. Doctor... You mean Dr. Akaike. Akaike. We received a letter from him just this week, in which he stated that it's beyond his capabilities. It was he who recommended Dr. Mengele. The old man grows deathly quiet, his face a terrible mask of displeasure. This is a warning sign. Anyone who has spent much time around this man knows to stage a tactical retreat at this point, or risk the full force of his rage. At times, This has resulted in livelihoods quite literally coming to an end. More than a few people have lost their jobs and been thrown out of their homes for angering the Minato patriarch. I, however, cannot retreat. Hikaru is out of time. The next attack might claim her life, or the one after that. There's no way to know. The only thing that is certain is that her luck will not hold up forever. I throw myself to the floor at the old man's knees.
I beg you, master.
Doka! Onegai! No. Okay, that works.
Please, for Hikaru's sake, for the clan's sake, grant me this one request. Please!
I press my forehead into the mat, nearly hard enough to draw blood. Normally, this is where he would shout at me out of his home. Today, however, the silence lasts longer than expected. Even if he doesn't care for her as family, he is no less desperate to cure Hikaru than my mother or myself. I have no choice but to believe that. And so, I wait.
Very well.
The old man croaks. At last. His voice is raspy as the wounded bull's. If there is truly no one of use in Yamato, then so be it. I will summon this doctor from Berlin.
Master.
However, a rush of joy lifts my head, but the old master pins me to the floor. First, he continues, his voice hard as flint. I must be certain that your recommendation is worth considering. There? You understand, don't you, that I cannot risk the sanctity of the Minato shrine on the word of some fool. If you prove to me that you are a man I can trust, then I will accept your recommendation and allow this barbarian doctor entrance into our hollow precinct.
Understood.
How shall I earn your confidence, sir? Oh no. Oh no, what is he gonna do? So he means to test me. The old master is wavering, uncertain whether to prioritize ancient tradition or Hikaru's life. I am asking him to choose the latter, but first, he must know how much weight my words carry. So be it. I ready my heart and mind for whatever challenge he names. Oh. Deal with the bandits.
Sir?
Get rid of them. I don't care how you do it. Use the town's men if you'd like. But you, Kageaki, will drive those jackals from my doorstep. If you complete this task, then you will have earned my respect. Well, that's... Maybe this is when he learns to fight. Wait, this looks like a dojo! This looks like a dojo! The Yoshino Onryu Kasenreiho is a martial arts for Musha. Back when Minato was still a warrior clan. It was passed down with a tsurugi to each clan leader. The main family ended this practice when Minato lost its warrior status. Since then, it has been tradition for men of the Minato branch family, husband or male children of priestess, to inherit the school instead. As an art intended for Musha, its true worth is in airborne tsurugi combat. However, that is not its sole application. An initiate in the Yoshino Onryu first studies swimming, hand-to-hand combat, and swordsmanship. Only after mastering these basics is he permitted to don a tsurugi and begin the final phase of his training. Wait. No, wait. That! On the whole, far less time is spent on tsurugi practice than on anything else. While this may seem strange to an outsider, it is, in fact, a common thread in schools of Musha and combat. I see, indeed. Yes, yes. The Do they run around to imitate flying in the school or something? I hope so. They're like, meow, meow. I'm taking the high road. Ah, ha, ha, ha. And they like jump down from a tree or something. Well, this may seem strange to an outsider. It is, in fact, a common thread in schools of musha combat. The Yoshino Onryu may not be famous, but it is as orthodox as they come. This lack of emphasis on airborne training is due entirely to the difficulty involved, while group drills have become the rule since the advent of mass-produced kazuichi. For most of history, it was exceedingly rare for a warrior house to own more than one tsurugi. This made it impossible for master to train young musha in aerial combat directly, as would have been ideal. In any other field, this would have been an insurmountable obstacle. How long would it take to teach a man to sail if you had only one boat between the two of you? And that boat were only large enough for one. But if you look through the historical records, you find that this was not a significant problem for musha schools. There were failures, of course. I've heard of trainees who had mastered the basics, but who, when it came time to don a tsurugi, were able to function in the sky. But such cases are rare. 9 times out of 10, a warrior who has completed the basics training regimen is able to grasp the fundamentals of aerial combat without any direct instruction from his master. Why is my nose always so itchy during these streams? I don't understand. Ugh. Ah. Like, it's never this itchy when we have other streams. I don't understand. We are going to musha school. The author only wrote 2 stories, and this and another story for some reason. The man is a sword master and teaches people. So all the technicals on sword fighting is all his knowledge. That makes sense. I feel like some of the best writers, not all of course, but some of the best writers really are just like, I have this fixation on something and I'm going to write about it. I'm just gonna throw this in. You're like, oh yeah, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. Because that's what everybody says, that you're supposed to write what you know, but then you're also supposed to experience a bunch of things so that you have a lot of knowledge to draw from. Final comprehensive test is an underwater mock battle in full armor dress. Someone who has passed this test will not find themselves disoriented when they take to the air. This is a world of difference in speed, of course, but the feeling is much the same. There we go. That actually makes sense. They fly underwater. At least that's the commonly accepted theory, as I myself have never equipped a tsurugi. I am in no position to speak its veracity, a fact that is unlikely to ever change. Oh, Kageaki, just you wait. Just you wait, my boy! I'm also super curious if Minato was chosen as a name for this family because Minamata, like, it's pretty close, right? I guess swimming is flying in water. It is! It is! What's the guy's? I'm curious what the guy's other story is, though. The Minato family no longer has warrior status, therefore cannot legally own a tsurugi. I have little hope of ever acquiring actual piloting experience. Why do I jinx myself? These days, after basic training is complete, the secret technique of tsurugi combat are taught merely as a formality. The apprentice is then... Phew! They're sneezed out! Hold on. Sneezed out and never seen again. I'm probably gonna sneeze again. Is then said to have mastered the Yoshino Onryu. Perhaps it is irreverent to keep calling ourselves a musha school under these circumstances, but then I know I am little concerned with how the world views us. Oh no! There's no more tissues in my tissue box. That's a good thing for Agent Catfish though, because I usually put treats in empty tissue boxes. And then she has to try and get them from inside. Sneeze now or forever hold your sneeze. Thankfully, I do have more boxes. The worst is when I run out of boxes. Like I finish a box and then I go to grab a new one and there's no new tissue box. The Yoshino Onyu teaches unarmored martial arts as part of its curriculum, and that is what I need now. I swing my 10 kilogram wooden sword in a single smooth arc from upper right to lower left. I do not perform a step in. My position remains unchanged through the motion. I reseat my blade above my right shoulder, then repeat the diagonal strike. This is the most basic exercise in the Yoshino Onyu, the falling slash from the right, Jodan, being the standard form of Musha combat. In School of Unarmored Swordsmanship, Jodan commonly refers to an overhead hold. In Musha School, however, the sword-to-shoulder position is considered Jodan. I can't... That's like one of those words where I've known it as one thing in Japanese for so long to where I'm like, that means joke. It's a joke. It's joke. It's joke! The reason for this is simple. In a tsurugi, the helmet obstructs the overhead hold. If you have to worry about catching your arm on the side of your helmet, you will not be able to generate enough force to cut through the enemy armor. The lack of a step-in, too, reflects the peculiarities of Musha combat. There is no question that the weight shift provided by a step-in greatly increases the force of your strike. But, of course, that is only relevant on the ground. In the air, force is generated by flight speed, a function of engine output, wing control, and altitude. Legwork plays no role. It could be called a Jodan as a joke, as in faint. That's what it is, surely. Ashita no joke. A Musha's ground-bound training must cultivate those qualities that will also be of use in the sky, those being strength and speed in the upper body, hence the exercise I am performing now. My swing is aided primarily by the breathing cycle. As I raise my sword, I inhale deeply, letting the air fill my lungs and expand my chest. I then strike with a single explosive exhalation, my chest collapsing against my spine. I don't think it should reach that far. I'm no biologist, but from my few anatomy and physiology classes, I don't think your chest should reach all the way back to your spine. I think. Maybe. Possibly. This exercise is designed with aerial combat in mind, but that does not necessarily mean that it has no worth on the ground. Practitioners of unarmored swordsmanship often look down on the strength-focused Musha style, claiming that the sword should be swung with the weight of the body, not the muscles of the arms and torso. And it is true that the Musha technique lacks the finesse of schools that specialize in unarmored combat. A famous story tells of a Musha, undefeated in the air, who challenged an elderly master of the sword to an unarmored duel and was promptly beaten senseless by the old man's walking stick. This is no Jodan. Fighting unarmored Dordians is no Jodan. There are many stories like this, but one must always remember that they speak of masters, and that true masters are far and few between. This time I step into my swing, adding the weight of my body to the strength of my arms, chest, and back. My sword cleaves the air like a guillotine blade. A sharp tug of my wrist stops in scant millimeters from the floor. I analyze the sensation, lingering in my arms and fingers. Good. Against the enemy with an weapon of equivalent mass, I'm confident that the force of this strike could overpower any defense. I see no reason to fear that its raw power might be neutralized or countered by some deft stroke. That feat is much more difficult than the stories make it seem. Only a master or a fool would attempt it. And I don't expect that I should have to face either here. A Musha strike may be inelegant, an exercise of brute force, but force is the simplest kind of power, the kind that anyone can come to understand and wield. The technique pursued by unarmored schools is complex. Mastering it may make you invincible, but this requires decades of study and absolute dedication to the art. If you think of force and technique as tools, then the question becomes which is better suited to your purposes. One is not necessarily superior to the other. Just don't get hit easy. I think you're right. No, I think you're onto something. They're making all this big fuss about all the force and all of that. Just dodge overhead. Just roll into their attack. Get the iframes easy. Parry even. Parry and roll slop. Why aren't they parrying roll slopping? Come on. And besides, while they may not be as subtle or profound as those practiced by unarmored schools, Musha schools have their own techniques, and many of these can be applied on the ground as well as the sky. Without his wings, the dragon is but a snake. This saying is a favorite of those who disparage Musha schools, but I do not believe that it is that to be true. It may just be bias on my part, I suppose. Honestly, there is little reason for a man who will never be a Musha to study Musha swordsmanship. It would have made more sense for me to enter an unarmored school, but who wants to admit that his 20 years of training were for nothing? Don't worry, we got Doll's Nest on sale if we want to parry. I forget, I think I put that in the mecha? Yeah, totally, section. Because, like, technically it's mecha, but then it's like you're like a mecha girl. I think that's also, though, it's not on a huge sale, but I think it's better sale. Or it's like the average sale that they have. It's not as if I can turn back the clock, and even if I could, it was always my duty to inherit the art of the Minato family. I never had a choice to begin with. If the Yoshino Onryu is the only school available to me, then I must find some meaning in it, for the sake of my mental stability, if nothing else. Of course, if I need more confidence than wishful thinking can provide, I know where to find it. Brute force, the great masters, may regard it with contempt, but I know what can happen when it is taken too far. I wipe the sweat from my eyes and turn to the far corner of the dojo. There, atop a small cushion, sits a heavy metal helmet. The helmet is split nearly down the middle, sliced in half by a single stroke. It's been like that for a year now. There's been no time to take it to the blacksmith for repair. 1 year. Yes, 1 year since that day. Did we kill our father? Oh no, she did it. Even from behind, the sight was beautiful. Her posture was strong, yet supple. Her aura, fierce, yet serene. Even every quality that defines a swordsman was present in her at that moment, each in its ideal proportions, lacking nothing. Guys, she's alive. There's nothing wrong with her. Hikaru's alive. Where's my mouse? Take a picture. Can I save this? Dun 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 dun! So does she just crack it open? Is that all she does? That's not too bad. No openings. I admit silently, with no small degree of awe. Were I to have struck from behind without warning, she would have swatted me aside without effort or thought. Only 2 years after I began Hikaru's training, and already her skills had grown to surpass mine. Well, that's not good. No, I suppose she was my superior from the start. The old master would not have allowed Hikaru to enter the Yoshino Onryu tradition. The Yoshino Onryu. Tradition prevented it. if not for what happened after he denied her first request. Her interest uncowed, she sat on my practice, observed my techniques. Then 3 days later, defeated me in a duel. Even considering my merely average skills, the talent she showed in this was beyond measure. It's safe to say that for every one thing I taught her, she learned 10. It reminds me of the saying, even a kite can give birth to an eagle. What? That must be a Japanese saying. What? Oh, wait, the bird kite. The bird kite, not the thing you fly in the sky kite. Okay. Like, since when do kites give birth? I forgot kite was a type of bird. Alright. That at least makes a tiny bit more sense. I was very confused for a second. I was like, okay, yeah, kite. You know, let's go fly a kite up to the highest height. And then I was like, wait. It's doing what? Why are birds mating? Exactly. Why are birds mating with my kite? Like, I'm not, it's not, it doesn't look, I've never flown a kite that looked like a bird, okay? And this is why. Though, in this case, it's more like the eagle simply took up residence in the kite's roost. In short, I played no role in the birth of the prodigy Minato Hikaru. Pride I felt that day, and still feel now, was that of a brother with a talented sister, not of a master who had raised a brilliant pupil. For her last lesson, however, I had to play the role of master, it being a matter not of skill, but of mind. Hikaru's form suddenly blurred, her strike faster than the eye could see. Her weapon was a battle-ready sword of standard design, her target a steel helmet. Kabuto wari. Yo, buddy, still alive? I am. We're still alive!
Magnificent.
That was the least I could say. Her strike left nothing to be desired. And yet, the dull clang ringing in my ears was exactly what I expected to hear. It had failed. The helmet was still whole. I moved to Hikaru's side and examined her weapon. The sword was badly damaged, a dent of several millimeters, right in the center of the monouchi.
I was afraid this one would snap too. Surprisingly good sword we have here, for one with no name. Perhaps it's actually the work of a famous smith.
The blade was up to the task. Yes, I was not. I could hear her teeth grinding as she sheathed her sword. The motion was as fluid as ever, an impressive display of self-control. But at the end, guard met sheath and the sharp clink, a tiny glimpse of the frustration boiling inside her. Full skill issue. She's just not good enough. Drops of sweat fell from her hair and to the dojo's earthen floor. She clearly put everything she had into that strike. With time and effort, anyone can build enough stamina to swing a sword 1,000 times. But to pour the stamina of 1,000 strikes into a single mighty blow, that requires talent. Taking in her pale face and a labored breathing, I found myself awed anew by the depth of my sister's skill.
A double-edged sword.
I muttered, unthinking. Fortunately, Hikaru did not seem to have heard. She was struggling with her own thoughts amid exhaustion, her gaze focused entirely upon the helmet, still in one damnable piece atop its pedestal. Not undamaged, of course. The shallow cut in its crown was hardly enough to comfort her. It's not enough. I'm still too weak. To think I would falter on my final test? What I've been doing these past 2 years? What was all my training for?
The shame in her voice was profound. For a moment, I feared that she would slit her belly then and there. God, Sudoku! Whenever I have my finals in college, what have I been doing this past year?
Ugh.
Forgive me, Kageaki. It seemed pride got the better of me. You have nothing to be ashamed of. I had just as much trouble passing my test, more even. When I think about how many swords I ruined, to just say I'm glad father was so understanding. No response, not even a smile. Poor quality of my attempt at levity was not entirely to blame. More than that, she had lost her usual aplomb. My heart ached to see her that way. I understood the reason for what I had to do, but the fact still remains that I was deceiving my sister.
Back up here.
The Kabuto Wari is the final test of those who seek accreditation in the Yoshino Onryu. The discipline is given a sword of hard forged razor sharp steel and told to split a helmet in half with it. What she is not told, however, is that this is impossible. The helmet cannot be cloven in two. Throughout history, many famous swordsmen have attempted this extraordinary display of strength and precision. Some of them even succeeded. But success in the Kabuto Wari does not mean splitting the helmet in half. Even the great Sakakibara Kenichi, who performed the Kabuto Wari before the emperor himself, managed only to cut 9 centimeters into the helmet's crown. See, I wish they wouldn't have told us that it was already cut in half. Like, now I'm just reading to get to the point that we already know. This is what most people mean when they speak of Kabuto Wari. A cut of that depth is more than enough to kill the man wearing the helmet, and no amount of strength or talent will allow you to accomplish more. It has been proven time and time again that the perfect Kabuto Wari, the very act that was being demanded of Hikaru, is beyond human abilities. To make matters worse, where Sakakibara and his peers demonstrated their prowess in infantry helmets, the Yoshino Onryu requires its discipline to strike against the helmet of a dead Tsurugi, a remnant of the armor once piloted by the leader of the Minato clan. It may have lost its supernatural powers, but its steel is still harder than most substances known to man. I doubt even a tank could crush it beneath its treads. How can a mere human hope to cleave it in two? Just wait, Hado. Just wait, Kageaki. Just wait. It'll happen. What? Wait, no. I'll take it. Are you kidding? All over. Hello, new chatter. Welcome in. Okay, the task is impossible. Utterly impossible. I had asked my sister to do something that could not be done. Well, you can't do that to a woman. She won't say no. She won't say no. We won't say no. We'll get it done. I looked away, unable to bear the sight of her in pain. Outside the window, a swallowtail butterfly was flitting about the branches of a cypress tree. I remember thinking it callous for being so carefree. But I suppose it was foolish to expect a butterfly to take an interest in human troubles. Kabuto wari is impossible. Yes, but then splitting the helmet is not actually necessary. The student passes the test by surrendering to it, by admitting that some things in this world are simply beyond him or her. The Yoshino Onryu, for all its harsh training, does not seek to create superhuman warriors, but warriors who understand that no matter how great their skill, their talent, or their power, they can never be more than human. The humbling lesson, yeah, right? But like, okay, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Would you like to join the humbling lesson? I just like how the localization is in this game. Knowing a bit of basic Japanese is even more evident than the normal dialogue, especially when the character talks in third person. Huh? Wait, where? I never want serious people in English to speak in third person. Kageyaki would not. He would never talking about himself in third person, right? I think this is what anime meant when they tell students to slice a giant boulder. No, they want them to slice giant boulders. I've seen Symphogear. I've seen it. Oh, they ignored how Hikaru talked in third person? But that's like, only babies talk in third person in English. Like, it's not a cute girl thing that you see. I don't know, we might just have disagreements. I like the English translation to be a little bit more as it reads in English. Personally. No one thought I was a sane human, okay? Nobody. They all just put up with me. What? What did I do? Alright, she's not gonna stop unless I just stop streaming, so I guess I'll just ignore her. Done by the school's founder is meant to impose a single admonition to be not proud. I wholeheartedly agree with the founder's intent, but still. I feel my tongue loosening in my mouth. It is forbidden to speak of the truth behind the test. I've heard that more flexible-minded individuals are able to reach the answer in only a few days. For someone as earnest as Hikaru, however, it would not be so simple. The greater one's talent, the longer it takes. My father told me. I thought that Hikaru might find this task more difficult than any she had faced in her life, which in a sense made it perfect for her final test. So what would you do? Can't spoil the answer to the test. Exactly. See, if they did the third person talking thing, then we would also have like Hikaru-chan. They would have Hikaru-chan. Minamoto-kun. Kageyaki-san. I don't think that's the worst. Sometimes it's honestly it's just easier for the translators, I feel like. But like it feels like it's reading like I'm reading in English without there. Like if I want to read in Japanese, I'll read in Japanese. If I want to read in English, I want to read in English. Fortunately, the end was in sight. Hikaru had already admitted to the hubris and was beginning to understand her limits. Her stubbornness may have taken a little more time to crack, but I knew it wouldn't be much longer before she found the humility that the school's founder desired of his successor. I only needed to have faith in my sister. My sister's character. Something that was not at all difficult to do. What? Don't. But then they do sometimes. But see, having terms in Japanese is fine. Having terms, I mean, like all current Japanese terms in English, like what is it? Hancho? Hancho is originally Japanese. That makes sense. Onigiri, sushi. What other Japanese terms? That's totally the thing that you just take over. But switching up grammar is not a thing that happens. Relax, I said with a hand on her shoulder, doing my best to affect a light tone. When you run into a problem that seems unsolvable, it often helps to step back and look at it from a different angle. You don't want to trick yourself into thinking there can only be one thing, or there's only one way things can be. Bro, you're giving the answer. Stop cheating. Stop cheating for her. Right. She answered listlessly. My roundabout advice didn't seem to have gotten through. I wanted to help, but I couldn't be any more direct without violating the parameters of the test. Perhaps I was being tested too, in a sense. To borrow a phrase from father, hardness is not a sword's only quality. Beneath the rigid blade is a soft core, and that is what makes it bend instead of break. That's what he told me last time I saw him. Come to think of it, he might have meant these words for you. You can't help but backseat, man! Ban Kageyaki! Destroy this man, he's trying to backseat his sister in her test. Where are you? Do you want to go in the covers? Is that what? But you're just gonna have to sit with me. That's what it's come to. Guardians, I have perfectly burritoed Agent Catfish. He is with us right now. What's that? You gonna read? Gonna read with us? She's gonna be reading Muramasa with us today. Would you like to make a statement to the class? Now that you have your attention. Put your feet down so you can. No, okay. I've burritoed the bandit.
Father.
あ、
Yes.
ヒカルはまだ会ったことがな
You
かった。
haven't met him, have you?
No.
He died that early? Kata's voice was strangely flat. I don't know whether it was because she didn't feel anything regarding her father or because she didn't know what to feel. Either way, it broke my heart. Karu's father, Subaru's husband, and my adoptive father was no longer part of the Minato family. He and the old master had been prone to disagreements, and he was forced to give up the Minato name shortly after Hikaru's birth. Wait, so he's not even dead? He's just not here. Maybe he is dead now. As far as the old master is concerned, Minato men are just breeding stock. I'm sure he was only too happy to get rid of father once his usefulness had ended. Now he lives in Kamakura under his old name, working as a public Wait, he's the police chief, isn't he? Wait, let me look at my picture. Hold on, we took a picture of him, the back of him. Hold on. It's totally him! Oh my god, he's just been chilling with his dad the whole time! We didn't even realize it! I can't believe it. Now he lives in Kamakura under his old name, working as a public servant. This was true 1 year ago as well. So wait, I think I can get bigger because I stepped back. Oh. And so Hikaru had never met her father. That's why he's just as invested in this whole thing as us. Because that's his family. Yeah, no wonder! He's not just like, oh, I'm gonna do good for this world. He's like, oh, that's my daughter. You wanna escape? Too bad you're burrito. Yeah, burrito, fool. I believe he was allowed to see his daughter just once after her birth. But he couldn't possibly remember that. And unlike me, with my occasional work trips, Hikaru had never been afforded the opportunity to visit him in Kamakura. Old Master would never permit the priestess to leave the sacred land for that. Nor had father ever tried to visit her here. His busy job was a factor, I'm sure, but I also think he knew what a fuss it would cause. However,
あの人は
he may no longer be a part of this house, but he still is a Grand Master of the Yoshino Onryu. He offers me refresher courses every now and then, in fact. Oh, would you like out? She started wiggling out. Would you like out? Will you keep meowing? Can I let you out? I'll do it again! I'll burrito you again! Till the cat is free! I did. She's free now. Question is, what will she do next? Last we met, he told me that he means for you to succeed him as Grand Master once you've completed your training. Something that important, well, it's not as simple as mailing a certificate. He'll have to do it in person. She looks like she couldn't care, but I think that might just be the sprite. This wasn't intended as encouragement. If I'd thought it would act as such, I wouldn't have said it. The last thing I wanted was to make Hikaru more desperate. It was just a hopeful comment, born of my own desire to see Hikaru reunited with her father, if only for a short time. Either way, it did not seem to have an effect. To have had an effect. She looked away, her expression unreadable.
影明
Tageaki.
ん
光は
Will
父に会えるで
I
は
ever meet my father?
あ
Yes. While giving a non-committal answer, I tried to work out the meaning of Hikaru's question. Her flat tone had made it difficult to grasp her true intention. I realized. Perhaps she is wondering if she'll be able to complete the Kabuto Wari and earn her master's rank. In which case...
必ず会える
Of
だ
course you will.
そうか
I see. Is she smiling? I think she's smiling. I think that's a smile. With that blunt reply, Hikaru wiped the sweat from her brow, picked up the wooden practice sword, and launched into striking drills. The crisp sound of her blade cleaving the air beat a perfect rhythm against my eardrums. I smiled watching her. There was the Hikaru I knew. 1 year had passed since that day. For some reason, I remembered it vividly. The mystery of the human mind, perhaps. By all means, Hikaru's next attempt at the Kabuto Wari should have left a far greater impression, but I find my memories of that foggy day vague. And, foggy and vague, a blur in comparison. On that day, Hikaru clove the helmet in two. So, the day that she cleaved it in two, the rest of it is just... You can't remember. That's sussy. That's a sussy. And that night, the sickness took her. I'm watching you, Kageaki. And they're not even trying to hide his unreliableness as a narrator. Like, usually, if the game's like, oh, you can't trust this guy, they're like, oh yeah, and the next day happened. And then you as the reader are just like, well, I guess there was nothing else I needed to know about that day. And then, like, I don't know, 4 chapters later, they're like, well, actually, instead of just skipping that, the narrator actually, didn't tell you about all this crazy stuff that happened, and you're like, oh, Masaka! Tageyaki's just like, I forgot. For some reason, it's a blur. What allowed her to perform such an inhuman feat? Even now I have no answer. Genius is the only explanation. Perhaps so. Perhaps I should be satisfied with that. But still, it was possible to be impossible. It was supposed to be impossible. A mere human should never have been able to cleave through Emishi forged steel. Armor was dead. Yes, it had been split in half once before. But afterward, it had been fully restored by a master blacksmith. There was no weakness that could have split in half once before? Oh. That's right. I do. Oh, like it comes back to him immediately. Okay. I know what makes the impossible possible.
Kageaki?
Tageaki. Ah! Okasama! The sound of my name snaps me out of my daze. I turn to find my mother looking at me with concern. How long have I been standing here? Not more than a few seconds, surely. Or was a few seconds minutes? Reality sudden return has left me disoriented.
申し訳ありません
I'm sorry, I was practicing.
稽古をしていたのです
My
が
thoughts got away from me.
少し考え
そうか。
Oh? Well, don't wear yourself out.
ほどほどにしときなさい。
はい
Of
ご
course.
心配をおかけ
I
しました
didn't mean to worry you. As I bow, a few strands of damp hair touch my forehead. The sweat is cold. I was out of it for longer than I thought. Kageyaki! Kageyaki's mom has got it going on. She's all I want, and I sold to someone. Kageyaki? Wait, but we're Kageyaki. Hikaru, can't you see? You're just not the girl for me. Something, something, something. I'm in love with Hikaru's mom. It is technically her mom. She's only our mom by adoptive. This is fine. This is fine. I close my eyes and cover them with a hand. Oh my god, he's doing the thing. He's face planting for the first time! A meaningless gesture, but necessary to restore my mental balance. Oh. Anyway, the old man sure put you between a rock and a hard place. Amigo! Well, I've already told her what happened at the old master's. She did not throw up her hands in joy. I don't know if he thinks this is a clever way to blow you off, or if he's trying to get back at me, or if it's just some whim that popped into his head. Either way, it's insane sending you against those bandits by yourself. He did say I could request assistance from the town. Yeah, right. He knows you. He's known you long enough to know that's the last thing you'll do. That's why he said it, that old fox. She's right, of course. I have no intention of asking for aid. Bandits may be a threat to the entire town, but I made this deal for personal reasons, without consulting the townfolk. I can't drag them into it now. He will keep his promise, though. He is far too proud to do otherwise. That, I believe. But are you really gonna do it? Yes. This is what I've been waiting for. A chance to save Hikaru. It's not gonna be as simple as asking them to leave. I do intend to try that first. But yes, I know that is unlikely to work. You could die. It's a possibility. It is possible. Dying hurts, you know. Not that I've tried it or anything. You wanna? No, just kidding. You would never die, right, Okai-sama, that we haven't seen before? And that they definitely haven't said that we killed? Yeah? Yeah. Then I'll do my best to avoid it. They're not scared? I am. The thought of walking into their camp terrifies me. I hold out my hand. Look, I'm shaking. Then, what if this is the only way to save Hikaru? Then the shaking stops. I curl my fingers into a fist. It's the Arthur meme. Then I have no choice. Look at you, a grown man. You're still giving your mama trouble. Please don't die, hot mom anime character! Listen, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure he's already said that he killed her. But wait, this is the bad ending! Maybe it doesn't have to happen that way. Maybe it doesn't work the same way. Early. Forgive me. I knew I should have raised you to be less principled. Forgive me if I did not follow the example you set. I think you did, that's the problem. At least you learned to be a proper smartass. Jeez. Have it your way. But I'm going with you. You mustn't. Mustn't my ass. I'm going. No way I'm sending my son out there alone. Overprotective mothers are a growing problem in today's society. Yeah, and so are mothers who send their kids to fight against hundreds to 1 odds. We call it child abuse. I think she's gonna survive this. I think everything's just gonna go to absolute shit once whatever the heck turned Hikaru into Ginseigo. Everything's gonna be hunky-dory and it's gonna be like, wow, this is going great. Everything's fine. And then, bam, Ginseigo. Bam, we get Ginseigo'd. Perhaps the children are to blame for being disobedient. In any
ご
case,
本家からは
the
自
old
分の
master
手腕で
ordered
事を
me to
解決
solve
せ
the
よと
problem
命じら
on
れてい
my
ます
own. I can't ask
ス
for
バル
your
様
help.
を
でも
But he
町の
said
人間
you
を
could
使
get
っていい
help
とも言っ
from
て
the
たんだろ
town, didn't he?
私だって
I live
町の
here
人間
too.
だ
Nice try, boy. But you're 10 years too early to outsmart
ご
your...
本家は
He said I could
町の
get
人
help
間
from
と
the
は言っており
men,
ません
not just anyone.
町の男と言っておりましたお諦めください
I'm sorry.
スバル様
10秒経ってね
It didn't even take him 10 seconds.
じじいのアホ
And what the hell, Gramps? Do you really hate me that much?
それに
Moreover,
スバル
we
様
mustn't leave Hikaru alone. I like that he had to outsmart her before actually bringing in reason. Like, he could have started with that. The whole time he could have said, like, oh yeah, we need someone to stay here with Hikaru. But no. He had to go the smart-ass way to do it.
自分の留守の間
Please protect her while I'm
光をお守り
gone.
ください
あ
Ah,
ーも
damn it!
うくそかわい
You little brat! My vision suddenly plunges into darkness. It takes me a few seconds to realize that she wrapped her arms around my head. Just her arms?
ろくでもない息子だ
You're a bad boy for not listening
母
to
親
your
の
mother.
言うことを聞きゃし
Sorry,
ない
I burped. Let me see that. Let me read that again so you can get the full. So you guys can get fully immersed in this hug. You're a bad boy for not listening to your mother.
申し訳ありません
I don't know what to say.
お前みたいな子供は
I
大
should
嫌い
disown
だ
you for this.
愛しております
I'll always
スバ
love
ル
you.
様
バカったれ
Dumbass.
いいか親不孝
Alright,
一
if
個
you're
だ
gonna
け
go, there's
私
one
の
thing
言
you
う通
have
り
to
にしなさい
promise.
はい
Okay,
無事に帰ってくること
come back safe.
は
I'll do my very
最大
best.
限の努力
空気読め
That's not the
そんなこと
answer
は
I was
疑
looking
ってる
for,
と
you
思うか
stupid boy. I'll
必
come
ず
back
帰りま
safe.
す
I
素晴らし
promise.
よろしい
Good. My mother releases me from her strangely comfortable grip and sighs, pauses as if to clear her mind, and fixes me once more with her gaze.
いつ行く
One thing I will say that they don't show Japanese to English is that he just calls her Subaru-sama. And I don't think he ever calls her that. I can't be sure, but like for this instant, he was like, I will come back safe, Subaru. And then I don't think he actually calls her by her first name.
明日にでも
Tomorrow.
会社は
What about work?
すでに休暇を申請してあります
I've already put in time off. Even if I went to work, there wouldn't be anything to do. The company has to replace what was stolen before any new orders can come in. In addition, solving the bandit problem will benefit the company as well. After I explained the situation, my boss was only too willing to give me the time. He even put it down as paid leave. Ayo! Getting paid? Getting paid to kick butt? That sounds pretty good. Yeah, but I can't, because I don't remember last week. I don't know if he's ever actually called her by Subaru. But I'm guessing because like it's like that weird like level of respect. Like if you call someone's parent like someone by their first name in English, like that means you're at a really comfortable level. But that comfortable level is slightly like undone by the fact that he says her name's Sama. So I feel like you can't get the same vibe. I feel like you can't get the same vibe unless it was like Miss Subaru, which just sounds really weird. I think they're avoiding all like Miss and Mister for the English translation here, which is probably for the better. So I've seen like what is it, shorts and stuff about Asian families hanging out with like their like white friends, and their white friends families, or like their white friends will call the parents by like their first names. And the Asian friends will be like, whoa, 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 why are you using first name? Hold on, what the whole, wait, what? But when he talks about Hikaru to Subaru, the sentence a few minutes ago, please take care of your own daughter. He is very, I mean, he's very detached and everything. he's just very, I think that's basically the same thing. Like he used the first name, and he just in English his mother. Like that, I think they could have done a little better. Yeah, no, right? Like it's a different level of familiarity in English. There's no way to like make it sound like he would just sound like he is super cool and chill with these people if he used her first name. Yo, Subaru! It would like paint a completely different picture of him. Not that he's detached, but that he's like really chill and vibing with them. But although to be honest, it felt less like a vote of confidence than an advance donation for my funeral. A war between hope and resignation raged on his face throughout our conversation, but the latter clearly had the advantage. Although it is her daughter, it's not his daughter. Only sister by legality. You've got a plan, right? Not as such. You've got nothing? I hope to come up with something after I've met their leader. This is not making me feel better. Please don't worry. Yeah, like that's gonna happen. Okay, I'll give you one piece of advice. I say this not as your mother, but as your elder disciple, in the way of the warrior. That sounded cheesy, didn't it? I await your instructions. I straighten my posture. Whatever she is about to say deserves nothing less than my full attention. When the old master grudgingly allowed Hikaru to begin training, it was not only her genius that influenced his decision. There was precedent. Hikaru's mother, who had learned the Yoshino Onyu from her own father years ago. See, at this point they're doing it. They're able to do it here. So instead of saying my mother, it's Hikaru's mother. He's an improv kind of. It works for some people, you know? You know? But then he says my mother here. My mother too is far from ordinary. Almost never displays the fruit of her training anymore. But I can tell from subtle signs in the way she moves and holds her body that her skill may rival even her daughter's. The words of such an individual are not to be taken lightly. I keep forgetting that I just read it normally. A pause as she waits for me to ready myself, and then you mustn't kill anyone. Not a single person, you hear? Not for any reason. But are they already bound by the curse? There is no greater shame, I know, than to take a life without needed. Killing must always be the last resort. However, will I be able to drive off the bandits who far outstrip me both in number and ruthlessness without the use of lethal force? It seems a slim hope indeed. Kageyaki. She continues, sensing my thoughts. Do you think killing your enemy will end the fight? Well, yeah. I certainly did! I mean, if we kill enough of them, and then the rest get scared off, you gotta kill the people at the top, though. You gotta make sure you kill the strong, and then the weak will just be too scared, and they won't recuperate afterwards. That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
それは違うよ。
Well, it won't.
逆だ。
We'll do just the opposite.
敵を殺したら
Kill your enemy,
戦いは終わらなく
and the
なる。
fight goes on forever. Not always. Not always. Bandits have never counted in the bad to take a life equation in any game I played. Right? Right? But it's okay. See, there's the thing. There's a curse on this family. I don't know if it's active yet, but she might just like she might live and die by this. She might just live and die by the curse. I see. I think I understand what she's trying to say. Really dislike this way of thinking, and that's okay. Dude, that's the best about fiction, is there can be characters and you can vehemently be against what they live for. That's the greatest thing about fiction. It helps you to understand your own thoughts too. If like you're like, I hate why this person or that this person thinks this way, then you'd be like, why do I hate that? What does that say about me and my values? What would I do in this situation?
もしもお前が死ん
If
だら
you get killed out there,
私はお
I'll
前を
murder
死な
every
せた
last
やつを
person who had a
全員
hand in your
殺す
Wait a
一人も許さない
second.
絶対に
She's a hypocrite. You get killed out there, I'll murder every last person who had a hand in your death. I won't let one single one live. Count on it.
お前が誰かを
you kill
殺したら
someone,
さその
who's to
人の身
say
内が同じ
their
ように
friend
誓
or
うかも
family
しれな
won't
い
make
んだよ
that same promise.
そうなったら
If
そ
they
いつ
come
も
for
殺す
revenge, will you kill them
そう
too?
したら今度は
Then
そい
their
つの
loved
兄
one
弟
might
かなん
be
かが復讐に来るかもしれない終わらないだろ
You see? There's no end to it. I just think that people need to understand that there are some evil people in the world. Not everyone is worth taking revenge for. That's really what needs to be learned. I think the only... No, it's not the only time. I was saying the time where this is least applicable is in war. This isn't a war situation, but like this is the least applicable of taking... Uh-oh. Oh? Oh. Oh. Big one? Where's the earthquake alarm? Oh, I don't... What did it... Hold on. It's not super close, though. I don't like that we've had 3 earthquakes today, though. And 1 yesterday? It seems like we're fine. That's weird. Usually the alarm comes at like the same time as the earthquake, but it came like way earlier. I think we're good. You okay? It's always so random when it gives me alarms. Always like sometimes there'll be like a really big one and I won't get an alarm. I'm like, really? You didn't really? I got no alarm for that, and that's bigger. Like I've experienced bigger earthquakes than that, and I got no alarm. I don't know what their standard for sending the alarm is. I don't get it. There's been a lot recently all over. Uh-oh. Are the kaiju finally coming? Is it time? Are the kaiju finally here? I swear to God, if it happens tomorrow. If the big one happens tomorrow when I'm out and about and there's 2 typhoons happening, I'm gonna be so mad. I will be so mad. I'll be like, I just wanted to go out and touch grass, and this is how you repay me. Messed up. Messed up. Yeah, honestly, the alarm is the most spooky thing. The alarm, like, instills the fear of, like, yeah, it's all ending. It's all over. No. But then it never is. 2012 2. Part 2. Here's 5 typhoons. No! It's messed up. Messed up. Hopefully the worst is that trains will be late, and that's all. Hopefully. Alright. We continue. You see, there's no end to it. Yes. She's absolutely right. I wasn't considering anyone's circumstances but my own. Kill one man, and you empower the worst kind of resentment. The kind that can never truly be satisfied. My actions could lead to war between the bandits and the town with horrifying casualties on both sides. If you leave them alive and they recover, they can also attack the town. Lethal force won't solve the problem. It will only trigger the very catastrophe we're trying to prevent. But does she think it's better to, like, break all of their bones so they can't move? Like, what? So you understand, whatever you do, make sure no one dies. And that includes you. I will. As I bow deeply, a cold breeze through the window signals the fall of night. Oh, we made it. The camp is located atop a hill at the foot of the mountain and to the north. It used to be a favorite spot for children to play. Unfortunately, for the children, the bandits also took a liking to it when they arrived. It is high enough to be the constant shadow over the town, while close enough to afford them easy access during raids. I'm not surprised they thought it their promised land, though I surely wouldn't want to meet the god who promised it to them. Bum bum. Why is there an APC? They stole it, surely. It's Kakeyaki. They haven't done terrible stuff. You see, we can't drop to their level. We can't be as bad as them. We're no bandits in a world full of mechs. Yeah, they do still have, like, regular armament, if I'm to be correct. If I'm to remember correctly. Hold it! 10 paces from the ostentatious barricade, 2 men with rifles bid me to halt. I suspect they only let me get this close because they couldn't figure out why I was walking up to their camp alone in broad daylight. I raise my hands obediently and submit to their probing gaze. You're from town. What do you want? You know this is our camp. Let's find another park if you want to play tag, boy. We tend to play a bit rough. Yeah. When we tag you, we tend to leave a hole. The first guard waves his rifle menacingly, while the other pats his pouch on his belt, presumably to show just how many holes he could put in me, if he so chose. I point out the obvious. Rules, and Kageyaki pushing up his glasses. Guns are against the rules. While I was briefly popular in town, for it to use a pellet gun. A fad that began with my own sister, I'm ashamed to say. The rule was repealed after it became clear that the game was now a wholesale slaughter. It's not even like the law of not being able to use guns. It's the rules of tag. This boy is such a nerd! I imagine there are similar stories all over the country. You know, that reminds me. Yeah, now that you mention it, my town. Why are they listening to him?
My town had rules like that. Like if it used a gun, you can make a shield.
Oh yeah! And it lost if it ran out of bullets!
Yes, we had the same rule. But at that point, it's no longer tag, it's just a survival game. True.
Wait,
で何しに来たんだよお前は
what the hell are you doing here again?
I would like to meet with your leader.
親方に
With her lady?
Lady? Oh, that's right, it is a lady!
なんだ
What, you come to propose or something?
Now that'd be something. Yes.
我らが町と
I have a proposal regarding future relations between your group and the town. Please take me to see her.
Oh, that's what you mean.
Hey man, is he fucking with us?
いや
Don't think so. We might be dealing with one crazy son of a biatch.
そうか
Damn.
どうする
What do we do?
どうする
You're asking me? I get the feeling it'll be faster to let him see her.
俺もだ
Same. Let's get it over with. Doesn't look like he's armed or anything. Two men turn back to face me. Their expressions are wary for some reason. At least they don't appear to mean me harm. They even seem willing to let me pass. I didn't think it would be this easy.
意外に親切な人々だ
They're not such bad folk.
Are you a single mom? I would show you a picture of my daughter, but she doesn't exist. We slaughtered her. In the game, of course. In the game, we had a daughter. We chose to slaughter her. And then, because of that, then we had to kill our only love interest. And then, well, now we're here. Now we're here. Yeah. That's what happened. You're like, it's not me! It's the game! This is literally what happened in the game! But, as I enter the encampment, hope for a peaceful resolution burns brightly in my chest. Not a chance. Finally! This is the dead end. We did it. We made it. It doesn't take long for the flame to be snuffed. After the bandit captain listens to my proposal, she laughs. And laughs. And laughs. Then rejects it with a flick of her wrist.
略奪をやめろですって
Oh, that's right, she's got like a...
失礼なのよね私たちがいつ略奪なんてしたのかしら
I was gonna say she's like Slight Valley Girl, but not really. Bum. You just pull it in her rug and you're stuck here. Perfect. We'll be here forever. That would be really funny if she did just oh ho ho for the longest time and you had to realize, you had to think outside, you had to resign your fate. It would be a lesson to us if she just oh ho ho'd for the rest and you had to resign your fate that you had accidentally stumbled upon a dead end, so that you, the player, could learn the lesson that you have to fall back and you have to you cannot penetrate the helmet that is the oh ho ho woman. Imagine!
Sorry, what? She's got the Ojo-sama speech pattern. And she's got Ashira, Kashira, but then she's a deste. They don't always do. Stop raiding the town? How rude. When have we ever raided anything? Yeah, no, Bandit hot. Bandit absolutely hot.
カズマ、あなた
Kazuma,
には覚えがあって？
have you any idea what this man is talking about?
昨日やったじゃん姉さん。
Didn't we raid them yesterday?
あれは略奪じゃないの。対局に基づく
How many times do I have to tell you that wasn't a raid? We were collecting voluntary donations to support the war effort.
ごめんなさい姉さん。
Right, sorry, sis.
では
I won't argue with your interpretation. However, there are limits to how much the town is willing to donate.
このままでは
If this continues, no. Already we are experiencing severe hardships for the
町の
sake
生
of
活
your
環境を
cause.
深刻
あら、そう。
Oh, really?
ご感情をいただくわ
Is
けに
there
は
a
参り
chance
ませ
you
ん
could
か
show us some clemency?
よくってよ。
Certainly.
Yeah,
How
come
about
on.
we cut
予
our
定よ
order
り
is an
少し
half?
減らしてあげましょう。
予定とは
Half of.
それは軍機。
Not classified. So the offer is meaningless. The old master would be more satisfied with the dirt beneath my feet.
失礼ながら
Might I inquire as to the ultimate objective of your banditry?
山賊団ではありません。獅子団とお呼びなさい。
We're not bandits. Call us revolutionaries.
獅子だ
Revolutionaries.
我々は
We are a gathering of true patriots, heroes who choose to fight for freedom and justice, unshackled by Rokunana's petty rules and
正を
regulations.
正し、いつか太平の世を導くべく戦い
She
抜くことを
so
誓った
badly wants to
独立
be
軍団。
in the Hanagumi. 私たちは正義のために戦っています。それが命をかける戦いであっても。She so badly wants to be in Sakura where she wants to join the Hanagumi, but she can't.
つまりは獅
In
子
other
団なの
words,
です。
revolutionaries! 帝国歌劇団なのです! Wait a second, actually, hold on. Wait a second.
我々はより自由な立場から正義を貫くため、あえて六原の帰化を脱した烈士の集い。悪を打ち、不正を正し、いつか太平の世を導くべく戦い抜くことを誓った独立軍団。
I think in a way they might be sort of mirroring that part of the song. 私たちは正義のために戦っています。それが命をかける戦いであっても、私たちは一歩引きません。Something. 帝国歌劇団なのです。And for this.
つまりは獅子団なのです。
It's literally mirroring. She so wants to be in Sakura War. She so wants to be Hanagumi.
ほう
I see.
そうなんだ。
Sumire.
軍費の横領がバレて夜逃げしただけじゃなかったんだね姉さん。
Oh, that's what that was. And I thought we ran away because we found out we've been selling supplies on the black market.
ごめん。
Sorry.
どう？
Anyway,
お分
do
かりか
you
しら？
understand now,
港
Minato
影焼きと
Kageyaki?
やら。
わかりました
Yes, I do. More than I need to. For better or worse, the pertinent information is easy to pick out.
略奪をやめる気は
So you have no intention of stopping your raids, correct?
何を
Were
聞いてい
you
たのかしら？
even listening, my
この男は
good man? We don't raid.
略奪なんかしていない
Well,
と
I
いうのに。
suppose if it was foolish of me to
低能な
expect
平民
sense
が
from
相
a
手をするのは大変
farmer.
ね。
Her laughter gives me the time I need to prepare my next move. If peaceful negotiation is off the table and lethal force is out of the question, then this is the only option left. I knew it might come to this, but I'll need to be calm if I'm to have any hope of success. I'm not a terribly gifted actor. So I arrange the words in my head, take a deep breath, and strike just as the captain begins to wind down.
さあ、お帰りなさい
Run
な
along now.
その
You're
辛気臭い
glooming
顔
up my
はもう
camp.
見飽き
Go
た
back to your farm or
Sa- sa-
potato
sa-
patch or
sa-
whatever it
sa-
is, you peasant.
山賊の棟梁
Bandit captain. The woman falls silent when I interrupt her. She has sensed my abrupt change in tone. The other bandits step back, eyes wary as the atmosphere seems to thicken.
あんたに勝負を申し込む
I challenge you to a duel. Yu-Gi-Oh!
はあ
Huh?
なんなの
What's
突
this
然
now?
まさか逃げないだろう
Or
な
are you a coward?
いや、もしもし
Just a moment.
一人で話を進めないでよ
See, like this! This right here, moshi moshi. Just a moment. I don't follow. Like, she's trying her best to sound like an Ojo, but she's not actually one. I don't
あ
follow.
んたは女だが武人の端くれのはず
You
だ
may be a woman, but you possess a warrior's blood. Otherwise, you would not have had so many men under your
ち
command.
ょっと
Wait a minute.
ああ
Or did you just inherit your rank and title from your father? Your men
親方と
called
か呼ばれていたし
you
な
lady.
しか
Come
し
to think of it,
血
you
筋だ
must
け
have
ど
had a
おかげって
privileged
こともある
upbringing.
まいあのクルスは伊達ではないんだろ
But that doesn't necessarily mean your crux is just for show. I hear many so-called Musha have never seen combat, but you're not one of those, are you? You've kept control of your men even after deserting the army to become a bandit. Sorry, revolutionaries. So you must have some skill that, or you're very good at bluffing. Which is it, I wonder? This steamrolling tactic, letting the words come like water from a broken faucet, is little more than a desperate attempt to avoid giving the game away. Still, it seems to have had the desired effect. Captain's eyes are hard and sharp, and her men have all gone silent. I stare down at her, flaunting my height, advantage in the most obnoxious manner possible, and wait for a response. After several seconds, she smiles.
それで
So I'm calling you out. I'm going to Twitter! I'm canceling you, baby! I answer with a smile of my own. Oh, I doubt mine is as genuinely menacing. If I win, you'll order your men to raiding raiding the village.
私が勝ったら
And if I win? Oh, right. He forgot about that part. I scratch my chin as if the thought had not occurred to me. You can do what you like with me, I suppose.
そう
Yeah, right. I was thinking Kageyaki's smile was incredibly destructive and intimidating. Like that destroyed everybody's thoughts about him. Mine is the way of the Twitlongers. You cannot stop my Google Docky. Okay.
聞いたわねお前たち
You hear that, boy?
聞いたよ姉さん
Why does he suddenly look very happy at the idea that he will have a man all to himself? You swing that way, boy? You swing that way? You sure did, sis. The bandits chuckle and exchange grins. They're obviously expecting prime entertainment of the public execution. Oh! Aww. I thought they were looking to have a good time. Man, that's boring. A public execution variety.
結構よ港影明
Have it your way, Minato Kageaki. I accept your terms.
その者にタッチを
Give this man a sword. The closest bandit draws his sword and hands it to me, grinning from ear to ear. Hick thinks he's hot shit, his eyes seem to say. Can't wait to see you put in your place. I ignore the warning and take the sword. testing its feel in my hand. While not an exceptional blade, it does appear well maintained. Of course, since I don't intend to cut anything, its condition isn't all that important. I'll be fine as long as its balance isn't completely off kilter. Which, it's not. Oh, we've even got a sprite? I assume a rather sloppy stance. Doing my very best to seem both as amateurish and as arrogant as humanely possible. Oh my, you're quite the swordsman. It's too late to back out now. I'm gonna cut you. Oh, you're gonna get cut. Oh. Be careful, sis. Oh no, young master. One bandit cries mock alarm. If our lady loses, you're gonna have to take revenge. I smile at this, as if taking his words seriously. Well, are you coming or not? You'll let me go first? I don't see why not. With a pitying smile, she readies her blade and steps into range. The grace and stability of her stride offers an easy measure of her skill. She's strong. Stronger than me. Oh. But I knew from the beginning that it was likely to be so, hence my performance. When I came up with this plan B, the most pressing question was how to ensure victory. The strength of the shogunate's warriors cannot be overstated. Rokunana's musha, in particular, have few equals anywhere in the world. That is why the allies accepted their terms of surrender, rather than risk a confrontation that was certain to be costly. This woman held rank as a musha, and what's more, commands the loyalty of her men. She must, or they would not have continued to follow her even after becoming fugitives. In the shogunate army, when a musha commands a company of foot soldiers, it usually means that he or she is the head of their heir of a warrior house, and they are the house's vassal. This feudal relationship is a long-standing tradition in Yamato military. But even then, a weak lord will remain in charge only so long as he has his rank. Tradition may reinforce loyalty, but it cannot replace it. Her men have not abandoned her. Therefore, this woman, first and foremost, possesses abilities commensurate with her position. Yeah. I have little hope of winning a fair fight. My only chance is for her to be careless. Simply challenging her to a duel would not have been enough. While a musha has little to fear from a civilian, still part of her would have wondered if I was more than I seemed. And as long as she practiced even the slightest caution, the odds are stacked against me. That is why I went to such lengths to insult her, make her see me as nothing more than a fool who scorns women. If it worked, she will attempt to crush me rather than simply defeat me. Her strike will lack subtlety and finesse, and most importantly, will not be aimed to kill. Do not shame a dead man. She will come most likely for the arm or leg. The battle thus takes the shape I desire, and even if her skill is superior to mine, victory is all but certain. A short slide back to evade the slash aimed at my left wrist, which I presented as bait. Then my own strike comes down against the base of her blade, amplified by the full weight, and smashes it from her grasp. Her weapon clatters to the ground, and a heartbeat later, the rebound from my strike puts my sword at her throat. The duel is settled. As planned, a single exchange. You tricked me! Impressive. Instead of guarding her pride, she chooses instead to confront the truth. I was right to keep this woman from exercising full strength.
それでも約束は
Even
約
so,
束で
a
す。
promise is a promise.
お
You'll
守りい
keep
ただけま
yours,
すね。
won't you? Bandit Captain bites her lips hard. The color it loses goes straight to her cheeks.
何？
What?
姉さんが負けたの？
Captain's brother turns to the bandit next to him, but the other man seems just as confused. As the air around me grows thick with disbelief and one woman's rage, I find the sense of victory strangely absent. Is this really the end? Tonight, Hikaru's condition is stable. Her breathing is soft, at least softer than usual. Okay. Okay. Nothing happened on the other side. Our 18 plus version is all good. Yeah, they're just like, well, yep, fair's fair. There is, however, no hint of improvement. She is still wasting away. Some days the decay is slower, but fast or slow, it doesn't change the fact that she is dying. It was late when I got back to town, so I refrained from calling on the old master and went straight home to report the outcome to my mother. While she was ecstatic to have me back in one piece, she was not so thrilled with the details of my encounter at the camp. She clearly does not believe the situation to be resolved. Yeah, I wouldn't either, honestly. Nor do I. Otherwise, I would have gone to the old master's house even despite the late hour. I still do not see what else I could have done, but there's no denying that my solution left much to be desired. The bandit captain was not at all satisfied with the outcome of our duel. A glance at her face was enough to tell me that I should be glad she didn't call for a rematch then and there. Her men too seemed unconvinced, perhaps more so than their leader. Even so, it was a deal fairly struck. A verbal contract, yes, but that shouldn't matter. The terms were set. The duel took place, and the result was indisputable. Yeah, Kageyaki just walks in. I win. I leave. Yeah, right? I feel like the bandits are just gonna come back. Like, maybe maybe they come and attack the town, and then somehow they find something within the house that awakens Hikaru's demon mode. She gave her word as a warrior, so she will keep her promise. She must. Yeah. Yeah, surely the bandits are honorable people that keep their word. Naruko Nana have never gone against their word. Never. She stems from goodness. Surely. I'll report to the old master tomorrow. It won't be easy to convince him I succeeded. Presentation will be key. If I appeal to honor, claiming the pride will not let them continue their raids. At least not openly. Then perhaps he will accede. We're bandits. We can't honor contracts because we can't read. Except it was verbal. It was verbal. You can't read if it's verbal. It feels somewhat deceitful, but Hikaru's life is on the line. I have no choice. And besides, a warrior's honor is nothing to scoff at. I must have faith that the captain's will. I must have faith that the captains will win out. Captains will win out? Did we forget a will? I think we forgot a will. I think they saw, I think some editor saw double will and was like, that's wrong. Hikaru. Just hold on a little longer, and everything will be fine. Wait, there's a will? There's a way, but there's no will. This is why everything's gonna go wrong? Because the second will wasn't there. Where there's a will, there's a way, but we're missing the will. We're missing the will. Once again, this place. I awaken as ever in my cold, dark prison. My cage made of not steel, but of oblivion. I've always been here and always will be here. Member. Thank you! Welcome to Door Union! Yippee! Welcome. Thank you! Hello, dudes. How's it going? Boom. 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 Rare case of this side is wrong in the team. Sometimes it was just honestly, it could be a size thing. They already had to remake all the boxes for this game, so I can see them being like, we can't fit this. We can't fit everything. Just figure it out. Finally caught one of these. Yay! Yay! They are at a very different time, so I don't blame people that can't make them. You got a job! Yay! Congrats, Clock! Dornians be finding, they be job searching and they be job getting. May every Dornian get a job. If they want it. Keep Tsurugi's name out of your mouth! Technically, we don't have Tsurugi yet. This is taking place in the past. This is before all the events of the previous chapters happened. This is how we got into our predicament. A job arc for the Dornians. Everyone gets to be a Weiji. and then we all let out a groan. Oh. I have always been here and will always be here, dreaming the same dream. Okazama. Wait. Oh, that has to be Hikaru. That can't be us. We wouldn't. One, our mom wouldn't be that mom. Two, that's a different age difference. Look about 10 a.m. and got the interview, and job offer by 11 p.m. And the dude that gave me a job, called me the moment a spot was open because he always wanted. Woo! That's exciting. That's very exciting. I remember for my current job, I had to remind them that I had sent in my application. They were like so tanked when I was applying. Like they were putting out like multiple games, like one after another or something crazy like that, or like they had like 2 or 3 games like in the works, and they were absolutely swamped. And so I had to send like a reminder, like, by the way, I'm still very interested in taking this position. I hope you'll get back to me soon. My origins. Oh, wait, no, I can say this. My origins, my earliest memory. My mother's tears me from my father. With a bladed tongue severs our bond. Wait, bladed tongue? Wait, did he bite the umbilical cord? Excuse me? Wait, what happened? I watch it play out again and again, the same dream forever in a boundless abyss. I will dream the dream until the day my soul rots and fades to nothing. I have no choice. Getting a job, etc. over WhatsApp was not even. Wait, a WhatsApp? Oh, that is kind of sussy. That is kind of sussy. The good part of job, money. Bad part of job, the job. You're working. No other act is permitted me here. I cannot move, I cannot wake. This prison will never release me. Unless it is to take me, unless it is to take back what is mine. My father stole from me a birth. Only in pursuit of him will I be able to leave this darkness behind. Who are we right now? Are we actually... Yeah, it seems like it is Hikaru. She should always be stuck in here. Does that mean her dad ate her umbilical cord? Is that how they do things in the Minato family? But that path is closed to me. My father belongs to my mother, and she to him. The laws of man, the laws of morality, forbid daughters from claiming their fathers. Alright, you know what? I think it is Hikaru. Don't quote me on this, but I think it is Hikaru. I, Hikaru, am but human. I cannot defy this sacred commandment. Yeah, and you know, something's telling me this might be Hikaru. I don't know. I could be wrong. Even if I could, even if I did take him back, my father would never accept me. To him, morality is paramount. The path is closed, and so I remain forever trapped in the moment of my loss. Dreaming. I think he kind of... That one, honestly, I'm not so sure about. You kind of go crazy. Maybe in the core, she is human. But there's something weird. There's something not right about that girl, Dornians. There's just something ain't right about that girl. You hear me? You hear me? It doesn't strike me as intentional. They can't possibly know my routine. This encounter, then, must be nothing more than pure damnable coincidence. But to go right on with their business, even after citing me, now that has to be malice, especially where she is concerned. She says nothing. Just turns to me and smiles sweetly. This is the first time I've ever found a display of feminine charm so revolting. The red thoughts crash together in my head. Eventually, one forces its way from my mouth. Kind of talks about the fact that her father belongs to her mother. Oh yeah, no, she's definitely she's what is it, Dad Karn? It wouldn't be Sis Karn, yeah, so it'd be Dad Karn. She's doing like the opposite of Freud. I should be thankful this happened before I saw the old master. Did you say something, peasant? Nothing that concerns you. Yes, this is my problem. I would be a fine jester indeed were I to declare my success, having walked past these bandits as they looted the rice store. Unfortunately, I have no interest in a career in entertainment. That leaves me with only one option to deal with the reality in front of me, unwelcome though it may be. To be clear, you do recall the promise you made yesterday. Of course, a samurai never goes back on her word. And you call this keeping your word? As I recall, I promised to order my men to leave the town alone, which I have. Oh, she doesn't count the town as the townspeople. But oh no! I'm afraid they won't do what I tell them anymore. How can that be? I already have a pretty good idea, but she happily spells it out for me anyway. Kazuma!
Hi, Nesa.
Here says, just this morning I passed the Ichigo family title to my little brother here. I'm retired now.
So you see, even if I order them to stop, Kazuma's orders take precedence. And he seems to like things just the way they are.
そういうわけだ。
That's the way it goes.
ご隠居
Sorry, milady. We respect you and all, but we can't refuse an order from the Lord himself.
直々の命令とあっちゃね
Don't worry about it, boys. Or about me, boys. It's the Lord's right to decide how the family makes its way. No good has ever come of a retiree butting in on house business. Can we challenge him? No, he probably wouldn't accept. It's all up to you now, Kazuma.
わかったよ、姉さん。
Leave it to me, sis.
で、次はどうすればいいの？
So where should we hit next?
ごめん。
So sorry. And there you have it, Minato Kageyaki. So sorry I couldn't live up to your expectations. Did we give our name? But I did keep my promise. So did you catch the Tamura Grand Prix
聞
yesterday?
いた聞いた。ちょっと
Yeah,
整いが
reception's
悪かっ
not
た
so
けど
good out here, but it
どうも
sounded like that new
サンダーボルトっていう新
Thunderbolt
型機
model
が
was
近
doing
々
pretty. Hey, I'm trying to build dramatic tension here.
だって
But when you start laughing, it can go on for
笑
hours.
待ってる間暇なんだよな。
Gotta fill the time
いつも
somehow. My cortisol just jumped from that laugh. But she's so pretty. I take a deep breath. This is Quack right now. Then let it out. That's all I need to come to terms with this debacle. I knew from the moment I left the camp that it was possible, even likely, that she would break her promise. I just didn't expect it to happen the very next day. Or to be so
小ずるい
petty.
器が知
A
れる
coward's ploy.
失礼な
I prefer to think of it as use your brain. As using your brain.
好きにお言いなさい
But go ahead, call me what you like.
ゲス下劣下郎
Insect. Reptile. Ignoble cur.
強量悪
Vile,
物
foul,
下
base,
劣
slug.
霊人幹部
Ugly,
畜生
miserable
堕落
woman, wretched,
うまい
faithless,
うまい
execrable,
安寧
odious,
無持
filthy,
者
savage
者
beast.
低俗堕落
Kate,
毛
kitten,
八からのごまの灰
Pest, fiend, Bro, put the dictionary down! Put the thesaurus down! Throw it away!
姉さん、頬が震えて
You're
るよ。
shaking, sis. Do you have a
虫歯
cold?
痛いよね。
That hurts, sis! Nobody likes a sore loser, Minato Kageyaki.
何とでも言えと言ったのはあなただ
I was merely taking you up on the offer.
それに負
You're
け
the
たのは
one who
姉
lost
さ
in
ん
the
だし。
first.
すごく痛いよね。
That really hurts, sis! Be quiet, you.
いいことを見
Let's get one thing straight, Minato.
私は負けてなどいなくってよ
I didn't lose. I fell for a cheap trick. The sort of underhanded mind game a truly upstanding man would never resort to. And you call that a victory? You should be ashamed, sir. It's true. It's true, he did use a petty ploy to win, so she's only retaliating with a petty display. It's petty for petty.
さっきは知恵がど
Didn't
う
you
とか言っ
just
てた
say
よ、姉
something
さん。
about using your...
私はいい
I'm special, you hear? Special! The bandit captain, or former captain, I suppose, has made one thing clear with her prideful boasting. There's no use talking to her. I turn to leave.
やっぱ
You
り
do have some
多少
skill.
はできるよね。
He's got a really flat butt now that I look at it, though.
何の真似だ。
What are you doing?
なんの
Do you really need to
だ
ask?
からかりそめにも無
What
人
kind
店
of
も
warrior lets herself
お
get
前のよう
duped
な
by a
ゲロを
peasant?
相手に不覚を
I
取ら
have
さ
to
れて
do something to reclaim my
その
honor.
ままで済ませておけるは
ならば腹で
And
も
slit
切れ。
your belly.
それもそれ
Rather not.
けど
I hear it's
こ
painful.
れもこれお前の首を取った
Taking your head is much faster and just as satisfying.
こんな
You. No time to think of a new insult. Not, with live steel coming from my throat. I have no weapon, no way to defend myself. My only choice is to run. I leap back from the next attack, then make a break for the road.
お待ちなさい
Get back here! Ka! I hear her give chase, but I know she won't catch me. I am unencumbered and have a longer stride. As expected, the footsteps soon cease, though her insults pursue me for a little while longer. I'm the one who should be cursing, not only at her, but at myself for having been so foolish. Honor? Pride? Better I've entrusted the word of a snake. Ooh.
Hikaru 落ち
Hikaru,
着け。
calm down, please. Hikaru. Wow!
やめろ。
Just in case. Just in case. Actually, should we cover the whole thing? Maybe. Deploy emergency censorship! Like, it's just underwear, but it is what it is. But man! Holy, yeah, her ribs are, like, totally showing. Technically, I guess she is a child. I was gonna say she's a teen, but no, that's still a child. Stop!
やめてくれ。
Stop!
お前が壊れる。
You're killing yourself, Hikaru! I think we're good. You may see again. Da, 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 da. Thanks, Pedotsu. You're the bestest. In the darkness of the unlit dojo, I slide my sword smoothly from its sheath. The blade is 82 centimeters long with a straight tempered pattern. Forged in Noshu within the last century. It has no name. You know, I think he might be abandoning the whole don't kill thing. It belonged to my father, who gave it to me before I left for the war. After my discharge, I had the army frills replaced with standard trimmings. The sword is in pristine condition. Its edge razor sharp. It can slice effortlessly through straw mat, bamboo, and even flesh and bone, I'm certain.
もはや
I have no choice. I hardened myself against the horror and disgust that any man must feel when he resolves to violate the most sacred of laws. Blown. Not the blown! I will kill them. I must. The bandit captain, her brother, and anyone else who rises to take their place. Without a leader, the pack will scatter. It's the only path left to me now. Oh, that was weird. I have not forgotten what my mother asked of me. However, I cannot comply. I see no path to a peaceful resolution. If even promises sealed with a single combat have no worth, then what hope is there? It's a simple matter of power. If the town had the strength to defy them, they would not have come here in the first place. And since we do not have the strength, they risk nothing by defaulting on their word. Nothing save their honor. But I was a fool to believe in that. What weakness of the mind allowed me to believe that the warrior who had already debased themselves through banditry, and before that by serving the traitorous Dokunana, might value pride over power. If they even had a shred of decency left, they would not be preying on the helpless. I should have seen it from the beginning. If a creature this holy is given wholly to violence, then only violence can bring it to heel. And so I will kill. I will cut off the head and let the body die. Even now I believe in my mother's teachings. True warrior is one who achieves victory with no loss of life. But that is only possible when facing a fellow human. Against beasts without consciousness, or without conscience, even the loftiest ideal is powerless. They understand only one thing: might. No, perhaps it might still be possible to tame them without bloodshed, to follow the true warrior's way, but that would require effort, ingenuity, and time. I have no time. Hikaru has no time! I cannot chase perfection, not now. Not with my sister's life hanging by a thread. I have no choice but to disobey my mother's orders. There can be no forgiveness for such an act. There can be no forgiveness for such an act, nor would I ask it if I could. I write a letter of final parting and leave it on my desk. Your unworthy son, it reads, must become the monster to defeat it. Should I fall, do not avenge me. A blunt message, but it will do. Dude, we have this background just for this. We have not seen this background before. I moved through the courtyard slowly, taking care not to make a sound. My mother's senses were sharp. Ordinarily, I would have little hope of avoiding detection, and even less of explaining the sword slung over my shoulder. Tonight, however, is occupied with a guest. I'll have to pass in front of the room where they are conversing, but as long as I remain perfectly silent, I should be able to sneak by. The old master. I recognize the voice coming through the screen doors. He must be here to discuss the bandits again, or perhaps push for Hikaru's succession. Neither topic is likely to be pleasant for my mother. For tonight, I must consider myself lucky. Thanks to the old master, I make it across the yard without incident. The main gate is right in front of me. I breathe a sigh of guilt and relief, undo the lock, and begin to ease the gate open. Just a little more. You're a cruel woman, Subaru. Now see, so this guy, he's using her name because he's flippant and cares not of her. He's like, yeah, you're nothing to me. And like, you would get the same thing if you just used her name, because we don't have Sama. We don't got the, really? English just needs to adopt San and Sama and Chan. That's really what needs to happen. It's not that we should write it into Japanese scripts when we write English. It's that we need to revolutionize English. Join Midornians! A sharp castigation brings me up short. The townspeople look up to you as the wise, kind mother. But what would they say if they knew about this? You ordered Kageyaki not to kill, didn't you? Cool. You realize you're sending him to his death. Those jackals won't hesitate to rip him to shreds just because he comes waving a white flag. Are we joining a cult? We're revolutionaries. We're revolutionaries for justice of the English language to represent different respect for people in their names. We want the Samas. We want the Chans. We want the Sans. Yeah, English already. I mean, we have Hancho. We took Hancho, so basically Japanese is already there. So it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We just gotta liven up the grammar. We are a cult. What part of it's a cult? I'm not isolating you from your family members and making you pay dues. I'm just making you pay dues. You can stay with your families. No argument in there. With men like that, you need force, not reason. You have to show them that you won't be pushed around. You'll fight them for every bushel of grain. When they see their own blood start flowing, they'll think twice about attacking us. So you'd kill them. As soon as the first body falls, it's over. Peace, that is. The fighting won't stop. Kill one, and then kill 10. And they kill 10. Kill 10 more. And next it's 100. And on and on. An ocean of blood. And so what? It'll end when we slaughter them to the last. Our numbers are great. We have nothing to fear. So we kill and die and kill and die. Even if, after all that killing, these return to the town, will it truly have been worth it? Will it have been worth the mountain of bodies? We'll have peace, won't we? We'll have won it with our own hands. That means nothing to you. Sure it does. But it'd mean a lot more without a single life lost. You're living in a dream world. You would have Kageyaki throw his life away in pursuit of a delusion. Hardly befitting a mother, and his only your adopted son. Suppose it's no surprise you don't care for his well-being. You are a Popega! Hey, mountain of bodies makes for good fertilizer. Is it? I don't know. I feel like human bodies are different. We smell bad, too. The old master's words are doubtlessly meant as a reprimand, but in my mother's response, hard and cold, that better suits that description. I think I read that right. When I ordered Kageyaki not to kill, I was acting as an elder warrior. Of course it's not gonna be a walk in the park. What? The sword is a tool to save lives. That's the goal I set for my son. He must extinguish, not their lives, but their malice. It's easy enough to say, sure, but I don't need you to tell me how hard a path that is to walk. To tame the barbarian king, Meng Hao Tongming defeated him 7 times, captured him 7 times, and spared him 7 times. Kageyaki will have to do no less. But he's got no time! Are you serious? Do I sound like I'm joking? It's the only way to break your enemy's sword. The sword in his heart. I mean, I guess it means like bring him to the good side, but it could also read like just mentally destroy your enemy. Emotionally damage them to the point that they're worthless. That's not a good way to go either. The latter is easy. Wait. The sword in his heart, not the sword in his hand. The latter is easy. But that's just force, not true might. Force just sets the stage for the next battle, and the next. Only the enlightened use of might can bring an end to the violence. That's what you want from him, isn't it? I merely showed him the way. There's no chance he'll survive. Death is the ultimate fate of a warrior. He's prepared to meet his end. A fine sentiment. The old man's voice drips with scorn. You're the very model of a warrior. But what of Subari, the mother? What has she to say about this? Or does she too think nothing of sacrificing her son to the warrior ideal? When you put it that way... She trails off. Her voice is again the sleepy drawl I'm so accustomed to. As his mother, I guess I'll just have to die with him. What? Mother? Okasama? Hahaue? Before he left, I told him that if he died, I'd kill every last person who had a hand in his death. And of course, that includes me. Oh, did he not actually kill her? Does she think that he died? And then she's gonna kill herself, and then he's gonna blame himself for it? Like he said, I'm the one who put him in harm's way. It's not like I can pretend I wasn't responsible. I entrusted him with my life. Whatever path he chooses, I walk it with him. And when he dies, so do I. If that happens, I leave Hikaru to you. Romeo and Juliet with your stepmother. Hey, you guys are the ones that were saying that she's got it going on. Maybe Kageyaki sees it too. Are you mad? Do you want to die? Like I said, that is the fate of the warrior. It's got nothing to do with what I want. A defeated warrior is a dead warrior. It's as simple as that. Subaru! Of course, it'd be pretty stupid to die after all the talk about not killing and such, so I'm hoping it doesn't go that way. But you know, my boy's got a pretty good head on his shoulders. I think he'll do just fine. Can she join the fight? So technically, by his words, remember he said only men are allowed to help Kageyaki? They are honor bound, so she actually listens in that respect. So you trust him, do you? Sure. I too think highly of the boy, else I would never have ordered him to deal with the bandits, not even as a joke. Yeah, I know you see his strengths. Does a mother proud. That said, war is ultimately a matter of luck. He may have the will and even the means, but it will all be for nothing if chance is against him. I know. And how can you stake his life, your life, on such a gamble? Oh, how can she risk her life? Like I've been saying all along. It's the only way to end this conflict. Once the killing begins, it's an endless spiral. The dead never stop crying for blood. You don't want to go down that road, then no matter how hard it may be, you can't kill anyone. Thanks to your little arrangement, Kageyaki had a time limit to worry about on top of everything else. Gotta say, I feel sorry for him. Old man, as much as strict as he is, is he does care. I don't think it's that he cares. It's that it just makes him look bad. If the only priestess dies before the succession or before the new one comes up, that'll be the first priestess that dies on the watch, as far as we know, on the family's watch. So that'll be on his history book, and he doesn't want that.
それは
I.
ただの皮肉だよ。
I'm just messing with you.
光の状
Hikari's
態が差し
condition
迫ってる
isn't
の
your
は
fault.
あんたのせいじゃない。
I'm grateful you promised as
むしろ
much as you
影
have.
そんなものなくたって
Even without
私
that,
がそろそろ
I
始
have
めるつ
gone
も
to
りだった
deal.
からね。
I
山賊
I'd
問題
have
の解決。
gone to deal with them sooner or
ことが
later.
こう転んで
This way,
一緒
we
に
solve
光
two
の件
problems
も
at
片
once.
付けられ
So
そうにな
I'm
った
not
のは
complaining. It's the only way. The only way to bring an end to the conflict. The only way to save Hikaru. Of course. Why didn't I see it before? Understanding washes over me. A cold wave to douse the fire in my skull. With sudden clarity, I at last realize what I should have done. What I should have seen from the outset. Kill the bandit leader? And then what? Yes, the pack will dissolve into chaos, but then what? Will they scatter into the wilderness? Look for easier prey to hunt? Blind optimism. There's no guarantee of that. What's to say that losing their leader won't make them even more dangerous? That they won't descend on the town like a swarm, looting and pillaging without restraint or reason? Isn't that far more likely outcome? How to avoid that catastrophe? Like kill every bandit, not just their leaders? Nonsense. As if I had such power. I would die long before reaching that goal. And what would I leave behind? Hatred, malice, a storm of vengeance poised to consume the town. That won't solve anything. That won't save anyone. My mother's right. The force isn't an option. I have to persuade them, lay down their weapons. Persuade them to lay down their weapons without taking a single life. It won't be easy. It may even be impossible, as the old master believes. My mother has already staked her life on this path, even though she can only watch from afar. My heart, however, was weak, all too ready to take the easy way out. I did not understand the gravity of the task before me, the terrible road the true warrior must walk. But now my resolve is firm.
スバル様
Mother,
お許しを
forgive me. I kneel down facing the doors of the guest room. Then bow until my head touches the earth. The sword is a tool to save lives. I will follow this path wherever it leads, without killing anyone. I will end the conflict and save Hikaru and my mother both. I go to sleep in the dojo knowing that the whole solemnity will keep my resolve strong. Yeah, that didn't quite work out like he thought it would. Oh wait, he left his message! Uh-oh. Yucky, what the hell is this?
しまった
Damn. A short while later, my mother's scream jerked me awake. For the next few hours, she alternates between sobbing into my chest and beating me over the head. I forgot to dispose of the letter. Tehepero! I awake the next morning. At the crack of dawn, the sky visible through my window is gray, and the sun has not yet risen above the horizon. What has woken me so early? Was it the energy thrumming through my every cell, the manifestation of the renewed resolve? Or was it the premonition of doom? In the dim light, the garden appears submerged in the bottom of a lake, air utterly still, nary a soul yet to rise from their slumber. I can feel it. The day's silence is not a peaceful one. There is something ominous to it. Something threatening. It doesn't take me long to locate the source.
おはようございます。
Morning.
おはよ
Morning. She steps out from behind a tree at the far end of the yard. No longer attempting to hide her presence. At first, she seems displeased as having been discovered, but her frown quickly changes to a casual smile.
う。ま、手間が省けたってものね。
I
お前
suppose
の寝床を探して回らなくて済んだのだし。
I should thank you. This saves me the trouble of looking for your room.
そうも。
He was just gonna
こ
kill
の
us in
住
our
所をお
sleep.
教えした記憶もないのですが。
I must wonder how you found my home in the first place.
そんなの
That was
調べ
easy.
ればすぐに
Everyone
わ
in
か
town
るこ
knows
と
who
よ。
you are. True enough.
御用の向きを。
Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?
聞かないとわからない
You
の
have to ask.
察しはつきますが、生き死にに
I
関
have
わ
my
る
suspicions, but as this is a matter of life or death, I feel it pertinent
確認
or
は
prudent
必要か
to be certain before taking any action.
生き死にのことならなおさらいちいち確かめている暇
In
な
a
どない
matter
で
of
しょう
life or
ね。
death, shouldn't you
お前
act
が寝こけてい
first
た
and
ら
ask
そ
questions
のまま
later?
首に切りつけるつもり
I
だっ
was
たん
fully
だけ
prepared
ど
to kill you in your
私
sleep.
は
それなら誤解の余地はもと
That
も
would
と
have
ありま
left
せ
no
ん。
room for misunderstanding. Yes, no room indeed. If I'd been sound asleep in my bed, as I normally would be, I would not have noticed her approach until she was on top of me. And even if I had woken, before she took my head, my senses would be dulled, my responses sluggish. A man's sleep is deepest in the hours before dawn.
今だって同じでしょ。
It's not like there's
これ
any
が
room
見
for
えないわけで
misunderstanding
もある
now.
前に
Or do you not see what I'm holding here? She tosses me a long object identical to the one in her left hand. I snatch it out of the air. A sword! Same one I used in our last duel.
奇襲する腹だった割に。
You needed 2 swords to kill me in my sleep.
お前と
I
真っ
was
向から勝
hoping
負して
we could
本
settle
当
this
の
face
優
to
劣を
face,
知らしめられるの
so
な
I'd
ら
get the chance to
も
show
とよりそれ
you
に越したことはありません。
who the real warrior is.
ただ
I
平
just
民ご
wasn't
とき
about
を
to
相
go
手に
out of my
わ
way
ざわざ勝
challenging
負
a
の体
peasant.
裁を整えてやる義理など
そうですか。
I see. Her logic is questionable, but I think I get it. Or I get
自
the
分
idea.
はあなたと対等に勝負する資格
So
を
I've
得
earned
た
the right to face you on
So
equal
not to-
terms.
そう思いたければ思いなさい。
Think what you like. But
お前が
now
こうして
you're
出てきた
here.
のなら
Now
私
that
は
you're
正
here,
面か
it all
ら
comes
お
down
前
to
を
one
切り捨
thing.
てる。それだけの
A
こと
fight
よ。
to the death.
お前は好きに
Go
したら
ahead.
いい。
Use one of your
こ
little
の前
tricks.
のように
I
小
should
賢
warn you
しい
though.
策を使って
It
みな
won't
さい。
save you this time.
一
After
度
what
あ
I
のよう
did,
な
I
術
won't
策を
blame you
用
for
い
not
た
trusting my words.
信じていただけなくとも
The captain
それは
bears
我が
steel
身
and
の
I
不得
follow
ゆえと
suit.
いうものですが
The weapon she gave me is in pristine condition. Polished just recently by the looks of it. Bum, bum, bum. I see no reason to fear sabotage. If she weren't going to fight fair, she would not have harmed me to begin with. And then there are her eyes, which glow with battle lust. Oh, I've lost my place. No question. She wants to prove her superiority against my full strength.
尋常に
But this
お
time,
相手つか
shall
ませ
face you with honor.
言っていなさい。
We'll see about that. Are we close now? Oh, this is real. Bum, 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 bum. Well, that didn't work out. That's we're figuring things out. That's weird. I feel like the chat just jumped. Now take your pictures. It's just your sprite, but it's still... See, this is like... I feel like there's just a lot of VNs recently. Like, they don't take full advantage of sprite work. Like, this is just the background blurred and the sprite up close. We don't see that often. Without another word, he assumes the right shoulder jodan, Musha standard. I prepare to take my own stance, but first, there's one thing to get out of the way.
終了殿
Captain,
何
what?
勝負の前に
Shall we set the
取り決めはよろ
terms
しいか？
before we begin? Oh, right. She responds, a smirk playing on her lips.
なに
What? Have you thought of some promise I can't wiggle out of?
今度は狩猟を
Or
や
should
め
we
たなんて
write
言い
out
訳
a
が通ら
contract
ない
and
よ
sign it in blood?
それとも誓約書でも書く
いいえ、
No. I shake my head.
前回と同じ約束で結構。
Same terms as before will do.
自
If
分
I
が
win,
勝利した
you'll
暁
stop
には
raiding the village.
町へのあなたが勝ったなら
If you win, then I'm yours to do with as you please. I feel like after everything, I mean, probably she's gonna believe him if we win. But I feel like if I was him, I would have been like, no more raiding, no more accepting donations from the villagers. You can't even talk to, you can't come near them. You can't enter the village. None of you can. A strange offer when you think about it. She already means for her victory to be my death.
何を考えているの
Is that supposed to be a joke?
格別のこと。
Not at all. I am simply set in my resolve to extinguish her malice. I must defeat her without the use of petty tricks.
よろしいか。
Do these terms satisfy you?
結
If
構よ
that's how you want it.
それが望みなら
では。
Very well. Wait, go wait. Did I save this picture? Yes, I did. Musha Jordans. Bro, check out my sick Musha Jordans. I just finished reading the first chapter of Muramasa, and this got recommended to me. Then you might want to close your eyes, because this is the 5th chapter. I believe we're on our way to a dead end, but you will definitely get spoiled. I need someone. We need to make someone get a picture of Michael Jordan's. Color them to look like what is it? Shin Uchi. It doesn't matter which one. To look like a Shin Uchi, and then we have to somehow we have to make it look like it's from Muramasa. I don't know how we'll do it. I'll figure it out later. But we have to turn Michael Jordans into Musha Jordans. We have to. We have to.
吉野音流合戦令。
吉野音流合戦令法。港影焼き。By your leave.
六原新影流
67新影
対等な名
流。
乗りなどおこ
I
がま
won't
しいけれど
pretend you're my equal by
有
giving
名
you
だ
my
けは
name.
くれてあげる
But you can tell them in hell what school it was that failed you. She takes a step. The arrogance from our last duel has vanished. Now there is only purpose in her stride. The cool composure of a veteran warrior. As expected, this will not be an easy fight. You can forget about using the blunt edge of the weapon. Weight, balance, shape, katana are designed to be held with the cutting edge forward. Even the hilt warping is done in such a way to facilitate the standard grip, and any deviation from that will render your weapon slowly clumsy. I will close my eyes. I was just surprised someone is streaming Muramasa from what I've read. Really love the prose, descriptive prose. Especially, it's so good. You are absolutely in for a good time. Feel free. I only read weekly, so feel free to catch up and then come back to us. You can also see what the censored version is, because that's what is on screen right now. Is the censored game. Which honestly, I from what we've seen has been taken out, I think I would absolutely recommend to people. There is some lost, but it is not like anything big. Nothing crazy big has been lost by not having the scenes from what I've seen. I'll head out and get some rest. Enjoy y'all's VN. Thank you for stopping by, Quack. I'm glad you could finally make it. I only found out I was playing the censored version on GOG. Yeah, the GOG version is the only censored version. There is a patch you can get, though. And I believe the... Wait, is the patch free? I think the patch should be free. Is the patch... Wait. Yeah, there's a patch somewhere. if you want to fix it up. I do believe GOG has a patch. You can put in. But yeah, you haven't, like, missed anything super crazy. It's just more gut punches. That's basically all it is. It just makes you feel worse, honestly. That's all that's in there. And then alright, so we got that. I'm already at a disadvantage in training and experience with a handicap. My slim chance of victory will dwindle to nothing. Going to continue uncensored? Yeah, like if you're okay with that kind of stuff, then yeah, uncensored, there's no reason not to. But like, I feel like there might be people that want to, like there's some people that should experience. They should experience the game even if they don't like H stuff. And I feel like the censored version, absolutely. So far, I think it would still deliver. Maybe later it doesn't, but we haven't gotten there yet. I must bring all of my strength to bear, yet avoid dealing a fatal blow. Prospect very nearly as daunting as it would be to use my blunt edge of my blade, but if it will improve my chances, even slightly, then I have a duty to take that risk. Mine is not the only life at stake. The captain approaches slowly. Her feet never leaving the ground, snail's pace, and all the more terrifying for it. It is extremely challenging to maintain posture and balance during such slow, precise movement. Just as it is more difficult to control a bicycle rolling crawl. Oh, that's a good way to describe it. A good way to describe it. Heart comforts the disturbed and disturb the comfortable. Yes. I had to think about that for a second, but yes. I built stomach from Subahiri. Oh yeah, that's a good one too. Dempa. The Dempa. Gradual advance is an art that requires many years of training, and the fear I feel as she slides even closer is because I know what it represents. It's such a shame that they made Subahiri. The censored version of Subahiri is just you only play chapter 1. I would have loved to play Subahiri on stream and just not shown the censored parts, but no, the only censored version is just like it's only chapter 1 without the H scenes. It's so weird! A perfectly stable center of gravity. Rock solid yet mobile foundation that will allow her to strike with her full speed and strength at the exact moment that I come within range. If I am to be victorious, then I too will have to seize that moment, and without ceding so much as a fraction of a second, I relax my eyes, searching for the equilibrium that will let me stay open without straining the muscles. My feet stay planted. I do not go meet their advance. By moving towards her at my own pace, I could disrupt her sense of timing and perhaps claim the initiative, but the attempt would almost certainly end in my death. When two swordsmen vie for a position, it is the more senior combatant who holds the advantage. A few years in uniform and a duel or two can hardly compare to the battle experience of a Rokunana Musha. If I keep still, then while I do surrender control of range, I gain an advantage when it comes to reading it. As long as my opponent is moving, however slowly, it will be more difficult for her to calculate the killing zone of our weapon. Dun, 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 dun. Like that causes the man, it's like that cause the man legit dropped a plot hints even in the plot. Wait, who dropped plot hints? And Subahiri? Yeah, Muramasa completely. It was such a sad day, but at least it's on GOG. I'm so glad it's on GOG. It's on GOG. It's on Goog. It's on Gig. It's on Gaguki. It's on the cookie. It's on Gibble Gobble. I can only hope that therein lies my chance. Roog has it for you. The morning haze is thick between us. I spy no hint of her breath in the air. Is she having the same problem, or am I an open book? The body depends on its muscles for locomotion, and your position on the breathing cycle is what determines how much energy it can bring to bear. Your muscles are weakest during inhalation, and at their most efficient during exhalation. When the period of stasis between the two severs, serving as a middle ground. In combat, therefore, your breathing cycle is like a timetable of guard shifts at a bank. Your opponent can read it. She will know exactly when you are vulnerable. In order to prevent a fatal lapse, keep your exhalation slow and soft. Govern one part of the cycle, and the rest will follow. As I bring my breathing under control, I realize the distance between us has shrunk considerably. A few more seconds will be time. Time for me to strike.
見えている。
I see it. From the angle and points available to me, I can calculate the distance to within a centimeter. My mind draws an invisible arc in the air before me. Better arc? When she crosses it, she will be in range. My range. Yeah! Our weapons are approximately the same length, but I am taller and longer of limbs, and that translates to reach advantage. The first move is mine. For a short window, I will be able to strike, while my enemy will not. The captain's glacier slow advance seems almost designed to make it easier for me to seize that chance. Preposterous, of course. Or is it? Perhaps she is being considerate, offering me a prime opportunity in the hope that I will take it and open myself up to a counter. The range advantage only exists until I make my move. When I launch my body into attack, I will also be entering my opponent's kill zone. The range advantage, therefore, is not inherently decisive. I can't get the bird Saddam Hussein diagram out of my head when I see these. Where is he? Just take a screenshot and put him underneath both of them. That said, my attack still comes first, and initiative is a powerful ally. In order to cancel out the advantage, she will have to reply without so much as a nanosecond of lost time, which is, of course, impossible. Veteran though she may be, even this Musha will be forced to start the race a few positions back. There is a possibility that she will overtake me with pure speed, but I think the odds are in my favor. Are they? It's time. Imagine this is where we get our bad end. like, yeah, no. For an instant, the captain's eyes seemed to glow. Hold my position, letting the opportunity pass me by. She seemed surprised by this. For good reason. The advantage will not be mine for much longer. Continuing advance will soon bring her in range of her own strike. But though conventional wisdom demands action, her last words stay in my hand. Roku Nana Shin Kageryu. More accurately, the Rokunana branch of the Yagyu Shin Kageryu, the most famous of the schools once sponsored by the Tokugawa shogunate. The Rokunana branch was founded in the closing years of Tokugawa, when a Yagyu swordmaster abandoned his clan and threw his lot in with the imperial court, thus coming under Rokunana's banner. While its teachings differ in many ways from those of the original Yagyu school, it quickly rose to preeminence within the new shogunate's martial hierarchy, and now the Grand Master of the school even has a place on the shogun's council. The current Grand Master is one Yagyu Ansai, a man hailed as one of the greatest swordsmen of this age. It is said that he even commands the Ashikaga clan's personal bodyguard, the Umayashu. But he is a topic for another time. I feel like I'm supposed to remember these names, but I cannot. We've probably met Mr. Yagyu Ansai, and I just don't remember who he is. This is why the game needs a compendium. I need a booklet of everybody. Wait, do we really have nothing? We only have an affection meter. Wait. I have a wait. Hold on. Wait, where is it? Dang it, it's just why don't we have pictures? Where are my pictures? Yes, there he is. Yagyu Ansai. Oh wait, Ashikaga is Chachamaru. Okay. Yagyu Ansai. This messed up. Why don't we get pictures? That's messed up. How could they do this to me? How could this happen to me? But we have met him. Can I hear him? I don't think I can. They won't let me practice individual voices. Messed up Guardians. Tachamaru mentioned. He's a good girl. Okay, so that he even commands. So I'm guessing it's either the old guy, or not the big guy. But yeah, commands Ashikaga. So that's Chacha and her daddy. Chacha. Wait, no! Tachamaru slayed her own dad. Never mind. Tachamaru took her dad out, but she could take over. Good morning, Blue Gecko. Welcome in. My concern now lies with another school that severed the Tokugawa clan, the Onoha Itoryu, and specifically with the legendary technique that earned its fame, Kiri Otoshi. To perform Kiri Otoshi, Itoryu swordman first entices his enemy to attack him head-on. Hiya! He waits for the attack to begin, and once the enemy is committed, only then does he make his move, answering with a strike that perfectly mirrors his opponent's. Normally, this would cause the blades to lock, but through subtle control of the direction of the force, the Kiri Otoshi practitioner deflects the enemy's sword and cuts into his flesh. Defense and offense in a single stroke. No, I picked up the... I heard her in Japanese and I instantly made her Valley Girl. I picked up her Japanese and she was instantly Valley Girl. Valley Girl talks fast. What are you talking about? It would be foolish to assume that this woman, as a ChuiiKZ disciple, has not studied Kiri Otoshi, Itoryu, and ChuiiKZ. We're rivals for Tokugawa's favor, and it's said that they made a habit of stealing each other's techniques. And even without such history between them, it is not unusual for different schools to develop the same technique. There are only so many ways of wielding the sword. And this is why I know what Kiri Otoshi entails. The Yoshino Onryu has a similar technique, one we call Uchishio. She answers my attack with a Kiri Otoshi, then victory is a question not of speed, but of which of us can better read the other's strike. I also may attempt Kiri Otoshi, but it will mean nothing unless my reading is superior. In this situation, having the first strike becomes the disadvantage. While it is possible to change the heading of a sword in mid-slash, the degree of freedom is severely limited. He's literally... this is just chess! This is just chess! This means that my opponent will know more or less the precise nature of my stroke the moment I unleash it, and will be able to act accordingly while I have to struggle to adapt to hers. The most I can realistically expect in the scenario is to take her with me. Hence the saying that a master of the Kiri Otoshi may know death but never defeat. And so I decide to let the opportunity pass. The risk of a counter is simply too great. Anxiety gnaws at my chest. Am I throwing away my best hope at victory? But I cast it aside and recalculate the distance. My advantage is coming to an end. One more breath, and my enemy too will have the range. At present, I have 3 possible courses of action. 1, strike now, while I still have the advantage. 2, to strike when both have the range. And 3, to wait for the enemy to strike. In each case, the enemy's response will determine the outcome. Case 1, strike now while the range is mine alone. If the captain answers with Kiri Otoshi, I lose. Otherwise, the initiative should grant me victory. Case 2, strike later when we both have the range. If the enemy strikes 2, then the conditions are equal and speed alone will tell the tale. If she uses Kiri Otoshi, I die. Case 3, wait for the enemy to attack. If she comes as I hope, then victory is mine. Assuming, that is, that I'm able to perform Uchishio with my meager skills. If she holds her hand, then the battle simply continues. Each case has its pros and cons. It all comes down to what I fear most in my enemy. If I take her speed as the greatest threat, then I must strike now while I have the head start. When she has her range, the best I can hope for will be an even race. If, on the other hand, I am more worried about the possibility of a counter, then the first and second choices are out of the question. I must take the third and let her strike first. This is chess, but as a sports anime, so that seconds take hours to pass by. So which is it, speed or technique? The answer comes easily enough. I wait and watch the distance between us continue to shrink. Everything may change in the next moment, or the next, but for this moment, I do nothing. And in that moment, steps into... What if she just gets close enough and kisses him? Mwah! Mwah! The result? Perfect stillness. Neither of us moves. At once, our intentions are revealed. We are both lying in wait, each hoping that the other will make the first move. And that leaves us with a stalemate. It would be suicide to attack an opponent who has already prepared a counter. My own choice is to force her to abandon the plan and attack. But she knows that I, too, am aiming for the counter. Her position is exactly the same as mine. The first to strike will die, which makes this now a battle of endurance. This is how we start the game! Who will be forced to act? We are younger, I think. We stand facing each other motionless as time passes us by. What now? The battle has become fundamentally a waiting game. That does not mean there are no other ways to break the stalemate. We could stand down, for example. When reasonable warriors find themselves at some sort of impasse, it is customary for them to acknowledge each other as equals and settle on a draw. I might also choose to attempt a feign. If I give my appearance of an attack, my opponent may unleash her counter early, giving me the opportunity to defeat it with a counter of my own. 2 ways out, but unfortunately neither is viable. First is obviously out of the question, given what we each have writing on this battle. Neither of us can afford to back down, not even if the warrior code demands it. Same goes for the second. If I thought there was a chance she might fall for a feint, I would have tried it before she got within range. However, that doesn't mean she won't try a feint. She may want to exercise caution when the captain makes her move. Or I may want to exercise caution when the captain makes her move. If I take it on blind faith that my chance has come, I may find myself diving headfirst into a trap. I've heard the veteran soldiers are especially skilled at such tactics. These descriptions of tactics in the way it's written, it is not for nothing that Muramasa scriptwriter was in itself a sword teacher. Yep! He's his special interest. He's like, now is my time. And then he looks like Light from Death Note, writing in the Death Note like all crazy. He's like, and this is the technique to use, and they must think about this, and what if he does this, and they I must judge whether she is truly coming in for the kill, or merely attempting to beguile me. The question is whether I can make that judgment in the split second I have to act. Difficult, yes. Dreadfully so. However, succeed, and victory is mine. If I can recognize her feint as such, then I need only pretend to go for the counter, thus drawing out her own counter, which I may then defeat. A counter, as it were. Of course, there's no guarantee that her counter won't be another feint, but the odds of victory have to be higher than if I lead with a feint of my own. And so, I keep waiting. Waiting for my enemy's move, just as she is waiting for mine. 7 breaths since we began. Now 7.5. I don't know what that equates to in seconds. But time has little meaning in a duel. True! It is definitely not. It has been like way more than 7 seconds. Why more important? It's the state of my breathing. A direct reflection of my physical condition. Long battles such as these are draining. But at present, my condition remains optimal. Endurance is one thing in which I have some confidence. I'm fairly certain that I can match even this trained soldier before me. He also suspects that she may be the first to flag, and she will likely strike before long. No, she must strike. Of course. From the beginning, her purpose in this duel was to prove herself the better swordsman. But I have never doubted that. In which case, this stalemate weighs more heavily on her than me. I lose nothing by letting it continue, but to her, the fact that we're deadlocked, which is to say evenly matched, is a repudiation of the very goal that brought her here. If I will not strike, then she must. That is the only way to prove herself superior. Now? Now. So that's her play. Captain doesn't need to make the first move, but one that utterly betrays my expectations. A singular half-step in my direction, then another, but no sign of an attack. My enemy has resumed her advance.
いかぬ。
No! I feel the blood drain from my face, and as icy fingers play up my spine. Captain's aim is glaringly apparent, though I realize it far too late.
俺の間合いが殺され
It
る。
means to kill my range. Oh yeah, she's gonna use your height against you now. Oh, hold on, I gotta turn my AC off. When wielding the sword. Oh wait, no, this is narrator-ish. When wielding the sword, or any weapon for that matter, your first concern is whether your target is in range. This is not, however, as simple as having him in reach of your blade. Back to the charts! Back to the charts! We need him again! If, for example, the enemy is only close enough to strike with the tip of the sword, then he is not considered in range. This is because the slash made with only the tip is unlikely to deal significant damage. In order to deliver a blow strong enough to cleave through muscle and bone, you must strike with a part of the blade located between the 10 and 30 centimeters below the tip. This is called the monouchi. If you make contact with any part of the blade above or below the monouchi, then the strike will lack the force needed for a certain kill. At the current distance, we are both in position to strike with our monouchi. But if she continues to advance, then sooner or later she will be too close to strike with my monouchi. I, however, will still be within range of hers. My superior reach, which gave me an advantage at the start of this duel, has now become a liability. Put simply, my minimum range is greater than hers. The moment she passes below that range, she will be able to strike without fear of reprisal, while I will be faced with the monumental task of defending against an opponent who, from my perspective, may as well be attacking from inside my own body. Dun dun dun! This is the inherent danger of facing an opponent smaller than oneself. I should have been guarding against it from the start. My only escape is to strike now, before it comes to pass, but that way too lies death. Her counter is waiting, of that I have no doubt. So nothing has changed, save that now I have a time limit pressing against me. If I strike death, if I wait death,
下がる。
should I retreat? An idea flashes through my mind. Retreat, move backwards, away from the enemy. Wouldn't that solve my problems? I can maintain a distance, and that allows me to act, thereby prolonging the stalemate, which should work to my...
ダメだ。
No. I quickly dismiss the thought. The moment I shift my weight to the rear, I'm dead. I will lose the ability to strike with my body, making my sword ineffective. The captain will be able to attack with impunity and will easily overpower any defense, given that I am already falling away from her. She must have considered every possible response to her advance. It would be delusional to hope that she won't seize the opportunity. If I strike, death. If I wait, death. If I retreat, death! No way out. No hope of possible postponing the inevitable. Time marches on, counting down to the moment of my doom. Another 2 or 3 centimeters, the sword of my hand will lose its meaning. Of course, my goal is not to kill the captain. Perhaps my sword does not need its full strength. But will it still have stopping power when it can no longer kill? Will I be able to find the perfect balance? No. The chance of that is too slim to rely on. In swordsmanship, killing force is defined as the ability to cut through bone. If my sword lacks that, then even if my strike lands first, it will cut at most a few centimeters into her shoulder. That won't stop her. A fraction of a second later, her sword will plow through my collarbone and into my chest cavity. Defeat. Alright. Then what if I land a hit without taking one myself? That would at least weaken her and turn the tides in my favor. Successful Uchishio would do the trick. Or maybe I can evade her first strike with quick footwork.
それは元だ
Nonsense. I rejected this plan too. After a few mental simulations reveal— How do you have time for that? Reveal that will need to defy both my own limitations and the laws of physics if I am to pull something like that off. The range is just too close to maneuver. Nothing I can do will make it in time. That leaves me with only two options: to strike and to pray for a miracle to occur, or to accept defeat and wait for her blade to end my life. There's nothing else. Nothing. Have I lost? Although we haven't had a single exchange, the duel seems all but decided. I have never felt such despair as this. So much is riding on this battle. Fate of the town, my sister's life.
母親としては一緒に死んでやるくらいか。
Oh. As his mother, I guess I'll just have to die with him. And my mother's. Defeat is unacceptable, yet defeat is just what I am facing. Only this desperation would awaken some power hidden within me. But no, the world is not so kind. Desperation only brings greater despair. I mean, true.
落ち着け
Calm down. I scold myself to no avail. My vision is rapidly losing color, the same phenomenon experienced by Musha during extreme caloric deficiency. This episode is a sign of anxiety, not freeze, but ultimately they mean the same thing. Impending collapse. I'm digging my own grave. But even though I know what is happening, I can do nothing to stop it. My mind is cloaked in fog, and the world is slipping away.
今は対戦中
You're fighting a duel. Focus on the enemy. My second attempt to regain control proves no more successful than the first. The words sound distant, foreign, my sense of place and position fading. The situation is dire. My body is growing numb. I've become so numb. The moment my distress becomes apparent to my enemy, I'm finished. She will strike, and I will die. I will die. My mission will fail.
それは
I can't fail! More lives than my own are at stake here. A drowning man scrambling at driftwood. I struggle desperately to hold my dissolving body together. But my efforts are in vain. The despair surging through me cannot be stayed from its nefarious purpose. First, my legs vanish from beneath me, leaving my body suspended in the air. Oh, I know that if I look down, I will find them where they should be. But though my eyes seek to fulfill the urge, I cannot allow them to stray for even a second from the enemy before me. And so, I am left with a feeling of utter weightlessness, as if my sword and I were flying through the open sky. A thought floats idly through my head. This must be how Amusha feels. To Amusha in flight, the legs are merely auxiliary stabilizers, with their losses not a major impediment.
羨ましいことだ
If only I could say the same. Perhaps I am able to enter such fantasies because I know that death is near. Even now, time rolls on, the enemy approaches, and with her comes oblivion. So it comes to this. In the small corner of my mind, still clinging to reality, I prepare myself to do what must be done. At this point, I have only one choice: to strike first, and stake everything on the slim hope that her counter will fail. My chances of success are 1 in a million, but compared to what they will be once she passes my range, I might as well be certain. But first, I must regain control of my legs. Wiggle your big toe. With all the blood gone to my head, the lower body is cold and numb. I turn away from the part of me still lost in despair and focus all the remaining on remembering my wayward limbs. I know they're here. I know they're there. I just need to find them. Relax. You're not Musha flying through the sky. You're a man with 2 legs supporting you. A Musha in flight may need no legs to strike, But this is the ground. A step is required. I step in. Without the step in, your strike will lack power, range, and... In a flash, everything falls into place. My vision clears, my mind awakens, and my feeling returns to each part of my body. I take stock. 2 arms, 2 legs, hips and a spine, a blade in my hand. The scattered pieces of myself have rejoined with one another. I am whole once more. And none too soon, a half heartbeat later, my enemy takes the final step. And I still have my range. This is not lost on the captain. That she stays her hand is proof of that. I have merely effected a minor change in posture, angling my knees in such a way as to shift my hips, my center of gravity a few centimeters to the rear. A minor change, but that is all I need. Where before I was poised to step into the strike, now I am poised to strike where I'm standing. This is the very same position that I assume for my daily striking practice, the method by which a Musha learns to wield his sword without the use of his legs. Gonna head out for a goodbye, Deja Vu! Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, we're definitely over time, but maybe we can finish the fight! I don't know, he might keep talking, he might keep yapping. In general, it has no purpose in ground-based combat. There is normally no reason not to perform a step in when it is possible to do so. The extra speed and power gained by footwork are too valuable to be ignored. In certain extreme situations, however, such as when your opponent is nearly too close to strike, abandoning footwork has one benefit, which is to say that the effect of shortening your minimum range. I can practically count the hairs on the enemy's head, but thanks to this tiny shift in posture, she is still within strike zone of my sword's monouchi. In retrospect, this play was rather obvious, but my preconceived notions of what a ground-based duel entailed prevented me from seeing it. Too close. I feel like a man who has barely managed to catch the edge of a cliff. Not that there's any time to feel relief. I have escaped certain death, yes, but only for a moment. While the captain has recognized the change and what it means, she shows not a glimmer of doubt before resuming her advance. That beautifully dreadful slow advance. Now, I truly have no choice but to strike. However, I cannot. As the captain reaches shorter than mine, she still has a few centimeters of latitude left. It may be possible for her to perform kiri otoshi even at this close range. I must wait a while longer. The captain, on the other hand, is in a position similar to mine at the beginning of the duel. I have no room to counter, which means that my only possible response to any strike of hers would be to aim for a draw. We both score a hit, in which case her best play is to strike first and claim the initiative. And yet she does not. Waits for me to make my move, losing all the while. Why does she not persist? I cannot be certain, but perhaps her pride demands it. If she pressures me into striking first, and defeats me with a counter, it will be far better demonstration of her superiority than a victory won through speed alone. I cannot deny that her malice, intensified by the moment, strikes fear into my heart. Any slack in my mental rein, and I may fall upon her in a screaming frenzy. It takes all my willpower just to stand and wait. A little longer. I need to endure for just a little longer. Last chance is nearly at hand. When she reaches the inside limit of her own minimum range, then she too will have no choice but to strike. Neither of us will have room to counter. There will be no feints, no clever tricks. Raw speed alone will decide the victor. A purely even match. Which warrior is faster? Which is stronger? One exchange, we'll have our answer. The last chance. The moment of truth. The range is point blank, my enemy close enough to reach out and touch. Kiss him. Just kiss him. Cold and calm as the surface of a lake. She is a bandit, a deserter, a former Rokunana soldier. I would have I would have to think long and hard to find one thing about her worthy of admiration. But at this moment, she is a warrior. No more, no less. She is a vessel of might, a pure expression of a single goal, and destruction of Minato Kageyaki. Now, Cass. It could happen. The sun rises.
では、スバル様、こちらが包帯。それに金創薬になります。
Here are the bandages, ma'am, and the ointment you asked for.
はいどうも
Great, thanks
さ
for
っき
coming.
外浴全部使い切っちゃったもん
Great,
でさ
thanks for coming so
これで
quickly.
助
We
か
were
る
fresh
よ
out.
は
It's my job.
あ、しか
Thanks.
し、
Though I have to ask.
え
Hmm.
よ
Are
ろしい
you
ので。
sure about this?
いいんだよ
Sure, I'm sure.
は
If you say so.
ああでも
But
とり
just
あ
to
え
be
ず
safe,
他言
you
無
should
用で
probably
ね
keep it to yourself.
あ、はい。
Of course. They treated the bandit woman. Yeah, it's like you know how before you actually like see the sunrise, because it's like the sun has risen, but you know there's mountains in the way and all of that, unless you're like at the sea. But usually it's like the sun's there, but it hasn't risen to where you can see it yet. I feel like it was that. It was slightly light outside, but the sun hadn't risen to a point where they could see.
もし
気づかれましたか。
I seem to have woken you.
動かれない方がよ
Best
ろ
lie
しい。
still. Your
傷に
wound is
触
still
ります
fresh. We won. We won. Now kiss.
この
These
手当ては
bandages, you...
はい。
I wrapped them,
Jibun.
yes. Is she swooning? She's totally swooning. Oh, she's totally swooning! So you saw me. Now we have to get married.
失礼。
My apologies.
何分。
The wound
処置は
required
気を
immediate
要していたも
treatment.
のですから。
You know, I'm gonna click on the other one just in case they try to show Booba.
席
Shall
を
I
外した方が
adjourn to the next
よろしい
room?
でしょうか。
ずっと
Have you been
そこ
here
に
the whole time?
応急の処置は
I
いたしま
performed
した
first aid.
が。何
But
分
without the advice of a doctor, I couldn't be sure whether
い
I'd
つ
done
どのような
adequate
容
job.
体の変化があると
And
も知りませ
considering
ん。
your circumstances, we couldn't call for just any doctor.
あなたのご都合を思うと、せめて何事かあれば
I
す
thought
ぐ
it
に
best
応
to
じられる
remain
よう
on the
控えておりました。
alert in case any complications arose.
何か
Is there
ご
anything
所
you
望はあります
require?
か。
No,
別に
nothing.
そうですか。
In that case, please rest.
どうぞそのままお休みください。
But are we doing? We've added a woman to our harem. Now she definitely won't mess with the town because she loves us. And she respects us because we beat her
後ほどまた
in battle
様子を見に参ります。
honorably. In return, I'll return in a little while to see how you're doing.
はい
All right. I lost. This time, I really
負
lost.
けたのね
どうしたなんかあったか
Okay, I think we'll call it here for tonight. The battle's over. We've seen what happened to her. I think we're gonna continue next. European riz that comes from Kageyaki knocked down any woman. It's true. It's true. And he was raised by this woman. Yep. It would happen. Alright, let's save. Saturday. Yeah, this isn't a choice. Bum, bum, bum. Save over here. There hasn't been any H scenes or anything like that. Any an unsavory, non-YouTube accepted CGs yet. I guess there's a one that I might have to kick out later. But aside from that, like that's like iffy, but that's obviously still in the censored version. We didn't run into any completely censored version or any uncensored CGs this time around. It's just good old honest flashbacks. We're just such a good boy in our flashbacks. We would do no harm. We would do no evil. Okay, so let's go back to the title, man. The title, yes. Yes'm. Goodbye, Muramasa. Goodbye, Muramasa. Flashback. No, not flashback. No flashbacks. Not yet. Not yet. Something might happen, though. Something might happen. Did I save this picture? Yes, I did. All right. We've got some good pictures for today. That we can switch over the thumbnail to later. But yeah, we did good. We did good, Dornians. We got pretty far. Maybe I didn't expect the battle to take as long as it did. We definitely didn't finish chapter 5 this week. Maybe next week. Maybe the week after that. Who knows? Muramasa will be around for a while. That's all I know, Dornians. Because probably even after this route, because before in my mind I was like, oh, we'll do route and then we'll do like a tiny break. But I think what we'll do is we'll finish this and then we'll probably just continue straight into like an actual girls route. We'll probably do Ayane's route right after. We can actually, you know, get a girl out of the way. We'll actually follow a guide instead. But yeah, so that'll be all. For the rest of this week, Dornians, we have no stream today, tomorrow. Depending on your... Well, no, I think... Yeah, depending on your time zone, today, tomorrow. We do have a stream after that, the day after that. We will be continuing with .hack Mutation over on Twitch at a very different time than right now. So, go find that. And, until next time, Dornians, wherever it may be, whenever it may be, if it may be, until then, let's gimme.